Volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing bottom line. Treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird, too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, or S, speech difficulty, then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment, and that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
Or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Terry Crews. Actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her?
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge.
Got to get this all straightened out. Give a little talking to, man to man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve! Is now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend.
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is you over 30 years ago.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
And this is your mom when you drive her back from therapy.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Roles change without us noticing, and in your new role, we help you help. AARP gives you the information to help care for your mom so that you can have patience with her, just like she did with you. Visit aarp.org/caregiving or call 1-877-333-5885 to get practical health and wellness tips to provide even better care for your loved one.
Are we there yet?
Remember, visit aarp.org/caregiving. AARP, we help you help. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Isiah Thomas says that Anthony Edwards is spreading propaganda. Gregg Gianatti says that Aaron Judge's season isn't as impressive because of the steroid era. And Stephen A. Smith says that Russell Wilson should stop being so cocky. And much, much more on a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Did you see Lamar Jackson cry to the ref? No, he didn't. We are back for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, the Speedster, Speedy, Petey, our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, and our Sports Minute goes to Tommy Scoops. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out all our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting cool out. It isn't fall yet. It's getting close, ladies and gentlemen. No more humidity. Thank God. I am tired of this heat. I want snow. I want something. I want cold air. I want football weather or something of that magnitude. Speedy, what is up?
Yeah, I want football weather too. College football is actually coming back this weekend as well. The week 0.
Let's get excited.
As they call it. I believe.
If your mom can't hide it. You know?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that can't hide their desire for football season. It's the longest off.
Well, you're not hiding into the closet anymore, are you? No. You're outside. I'm outside. Outside looking in?
Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to do a show in a closet. Then again, our former co-host did our interview in the bathroom, so you never know.
Oh, that's true. He was doing it in the shout. I don't know what he was doing there, but he was hiding or something. Maybe he wasn't draining the water very well. So I don't know.
No, he was not draining the water.
He wasn't leaking the old or bleeding the old lizard or something of that magnitude.
Maybe he was. I don't think
Somebody
you would have the type to have a lizard. It does not seem like his type. But nevertheless, you never know with that guy. But one football that is back is the CFL, and our friend Wes does have a play that starts at 7:30. He actually has Saskatchewan covering +2.5 tonight, starting at 7:30, and you can bet on that with one of our betting partners as well.
There you go. So you can bet and make sure you go out there and go to Bovada, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is hit the QR login on our website. Bet on anything, including the presidential election, 100% on your first deposit. $100 turns into $200, $200 turns into $400, $400 turns into $800, and so on and so on and so on. You can withdraw from Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. No limitations on any state but the tri-state, which is not available here for Bovada. But anywhere else, practically, I think it's 41, 42 states, you can obviously use Bovada. All you have to do is hit our link on our website and log in. Deposit some money, $50, you get 100. So if you want to be a bettor, if you want to bet on anything or any of our picks through our very good handicappers, you go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. At 8 o'clock, we'll be talking a Hall of Fame point guard, Timmy Hardaway. He's been on a show before. We love Tim. Well, he's growing on us. I am a Knicks fan. And so I wasn't a big Tim Hardaway fan growing up, but I respect his game. He's one of the best point guards to ever play in this game. Very happy to have him on again. A little bit later in the show, finally, he is going to join us. He couldn't join us on Tuesday. Tonight, he will be joining us. Former Packers, Bills, and Buccaneers defensive lineman Jerel Worthy will be joining us. He's busy hanging out with his kids, being a dad. I'm not a dad, so I wouldn't know anything about that. But hey, you got to do what you got to do, Speedy. You know all about that, right?
Not for being a dad.
Well, you have to, drop a deuce. You drop a deuce, right?
That's true.
You just did, right?
Everybody has to do that at some point.
You did drop a deuce a little while ago, right?
No.
What were you doing?
Taking a piss.
Well, very open on this show. That's for damn sure. So why don't we get into it? Very big story. Isiah Thomas fires back on Anthony Edwards for his statement about Michael Jordan being the only player with skills in the past. On Twitter, Thomas called Edwards' statement propaganda and told Edwards to be careful what you choose to believe. He added that it is ridiculous that Edwards said that the toughest or the toughness in the 1980s and the 1990s was overrated. Thomas mentioned him, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Hakeem Olajuwon as players that would be great in today's game. Thomas has had several grudges on Michael Jordan in the past, dating back in 1991. First of all, I love Isiah Thomas sticking up for Michael Jordan, even though he really wasn't, because he was saying that Michael Jordan wasn't the only guy with skills. He said Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Hakeem Olajuwon. Those are just a few that had the skill to be an elite player in this game now. But the fact that Anthony Edwards said that and threw himself under the bus, he's not going to be the only one. Isiah Thomas is not going to be the only one that's going to speak out about this. Anthony Edwards is a sensational player. We spoke about this on Tuesday. He is sensational. And I think he's the up-and-coming superstar for Team USA basketball. But Team USA basketball is a shell of what it was in the 90s. When that dream team came out, that dominant dream team, and I don't want to hear it from anybody, any analyst come out and say that this team, this Olympic team, could have beaten the dream team. There's no chance in hell that this team would have beaten the 92 dream team. Not a chance in hell. Internationally, the game has grown. Isiah Thomas said that. But there were so many skilled players in that time. He mentioned just 3 or 4. Charles Barkley, say whatever you want. You want to call him Fat T or whatever the hell he called. People calling him fat now over the years, gaining weight, losing weight, gaining weight, losing weight. Charles Barkley was one of the best 3s, partially 4s we've ever seen. When he came into the league, when he played for the 76ers, was one of the more underrated players in the league. He really developed, and then when he went to Phoenix, he became a superstar, winning his first MVP. Patrick Ewing, you're going to tell me that Patrick Ewing wasn't a great player? He wasn't athletic? I mean, this guy was, what, 7 foot, 7'1", doing fadeaways, 16, 17-foot fadeaways? You're going to tell me for a big man he wasn't athletic? The game was different then. It was. And we're going to have Tim Hardaway on the show, and Tim Hardaway is going to have his own thoughts, I'm sure. I don't know if he'll ever take shots at Anthony Edwards because he has respect for Anthony Edwards and he works in the NBA, so he's not going to throw him under the bus. But you know, Isiah Thomas is not short-spoken. There's no doubt about that. He speaks up and he speaks on how he feels. And obviously, Isiah Thomas is not a big fan of Anthony Edwards. But who is? Do you think Magic Johnson or Larry Bird is happy that Anthony Edwards comes out and says that Michael Jordan was the only athletically skilled player coming out of the 90s? I haven't heard Shaquille O'Neal say that. Shaquille O'Neal came out in the 90s. Anthony Hardaway came out in the 90s. We forget about him? Now, they weren't the elite of the elite. Clyde Drexler was a great, athletic, gifted player. Clyde the Glide, remember that? How about Jerel Wilkins winning those slam dunk contests? You're going to tell me that these slam dunk contests, except maybe 1 or 2 of them from this age, the Vince Carter one and the one with recently what we always post,
Aaron Gordon.
Besides those slam dunk contests, were any of them as good as the 80s and the 90s? The Michael Jordan, Jerel Wilkins, Spud Webb, those slam dunk contests. I mean, you could go back, not even close. Not even close. The game has changed. Isiah has admitted that. A lot of these players have admitted that the game has changed. But Anthony Edwards is a young kid. He's 22 years old. He's a little wet behind the ears. I don't think he was alive to really see the 90s at its highest point. How many times did he really see Larry Bird play? Or Robert Parrish, for a big man, very athletic. Or even Kevin McHale. There were a lot of athletic players in the game. Are they as gifted as they are now? No, because I've been saying this. The facilities are different. The training is different. These kids have more training. They train at younger ages. Michael Jordan didn't start playing basketball until he was in his teens. He wasn't playing, competitive basketball. He was playing baseball. Could you imagine if Michael Jordan started playing basketball competitively in AAU when he was like 7 or 6? I'm just saying, Kobe Bryant changed the game too. He brought a different style of basketball. Yes, he's kind of mimicked Michael Jordan's moves, but his athletic ability and his gifts were a little bit different than Michael Jordan's. And Michael Jordan didn't work as hard as Kobe Bryant did. Now, I'm not saying Michael Jordan didn't work. He worked very hard, but Kobe Bryant was shooting 500 three-pointers every single day. After practices and before practice, 250 before practices, 250 after practices. He pushed himself to become great. And that's what you got to do. Some of these guys are gifted now. When you watch guys like Anthony Edwards, he doesn't have to work as hard because he already built his gifts when he was younger in AAU, when he was a kid, when he was in 5th grade, 6th grade, when he was the best player in his school, the best player in his state. And not only that, he was good at football too. He could have played professional football. When these guys played, how many guys? We mentioned Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson. NBA players now, like Michael Jordan, LeBron James, probably could play professional football because of the way he is built. His body is built. He's built like a tight end. He could play multiple positions because of that. He could play strong safety. He could probably play linebacker. Now, to go back to the statement on saying that Michael Jordan was the only skilled player, that is his opinion. Those aren't facts. Dennis Rodman was so very athletic. I don't know if anybody remembers Dennis Rodman. When he came into the league, and the story behind Dennis Rodman is he didn't start playing basketball until he was living on the streets. He never played basketball when he was in high school or middle school. Dennis Rodman started living on the streets and had to figure out or find something that occupy himself. And he started playing pickup games on a basketball court. Then he went to schools and doing pickup games. And then somebody discovered him, gave him a partial scholarship. He was a walk-on and then got a full scholarship after that. And a year or 2 years after that, he became a drafted player in the NBA by the Detroit Pistons. You're going to tell me he wasn't athletic? A guy that's never played basketball in his life, didn't start playing basketball until he was 17, 18 years old, wasn't going to amount to anything. His mom kicked him out. He had nothing. You're going to tell me Dennis Rodman walked. He was a walk-on. Playing basketball, made the team, got a partial scholarship, and then 2 years later gets drafted in the NBA. You're going to tell me that he wasn't as athletic as some of the players that are in the NBA right now? How could you say that? If Dennis Rodman played and he was at his youth point of the time right now of the NBA, you're going to tell me Dennis Rodman couldn't be as athletic as LeBron James? He was a different player. LeBron James is built different. Little rough behind the edges. Body different. But Dennis Rodman was a unique athlete. And we could go back. Walter Payton. Remember him? Remember how great of a running back he was? You're going to tell me Walter Payton couldn't have been the dominant running back then as if he played now? Come on, guys. Anthony Edwards is trying to obviously create propaganda. I'm not going to say ganda because I call it propaganda because it's just stupid. It's dumb. Because we don't know what these guys would have done in this day of age, especially the way the game has changed over the years. Do you think Pistol Pete couldn't have been Steph Curry? There was no three-point line when Pistol Pete was playing in the game. How about Rick Barry? Everybody said he was a boring player. You're going to tell me Rick Barry couldn't have played in a basketball time of game right now?
He could shoot 30 free throws underhand in a game with
he
his
would go to the
rolls.
free throw line every single time because everything is a foul now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different game. And obviously, these kids are more athletic than they were then. But to say that Michael Jordan was the only great, skilled player that played in the NBA in the 90s is ridiculous.
Yeah, you're going to have athletic prototypes that are going to be very different as it is. Like if you hypothetically put LeBron's body in the 80s, like it wouldn't be the same, or the other way around. Like Michael Jordan would have access to all this training, all this technology that's available today. But even just regardless of the athleticism, the skill of either ball handling or shooting, you had rare that you had a combination of both, maybe in the 60s and the 70s, maybe besides Oscar Robertson, but like the 80s and the 90s, you had plenty of that kind of thing. Even if you weren't a pure point guard, you had enough guys that could still be able to make that work and score at a high level. Like you said, Pistol Pete shot well before the three-point line. You had guys like George Gervin that could shoot before the three-point line too. Like it's not even just like the NBA legends of the top 10.
How about Jerry
15.
West?
Yeah, Jerry West, rest in peace. Yeah, he was another one that scored it like behind the arc at that time, no three-point line at a high potency.
And nobody's saying those two players that we just mentioned, Pistol Pete or even West was better than Steph Curry.
No, I'm not definitively saying that either, but they would have had access to the technology, the development, that the modern coaching concepts that you have today too. Like a lot of that kind of thing does not happen just because of your talent alone. And I know in the NBA, like sometimes the players will do things themselves and override the coaches more than any other sport, but still there has to be a certain level of coaching and concepts to be able to get to that point too. And if Jerry West had access to the ball movement, the analytics that the Warriors had with Steph Curry, I'm sure he could have been right there with him.
And again, we don't know what would have happened if Jerry West played in this time of game. We don't know what Michael Jordan would have done if he played in this time of game, or Magic Johnson, or Larry Bird. What we do know is what type of player they were when they were playing. Mm-hmm. And to say that they weren't athletic or skilled enough to play in this time of game is ridiculous. That is ridiculous, because Larry Bird, I've seen Larry Bird do things live and in footage that I've never seen a player in the NBA do, okay, right now. So to say that is not possible and say that Michael Jordan was the only skilled player is foolish. Now, Isiah Thomas, over the years, has said a lot of foolish things all over social media. He's taken shots at USA Basketball. He's taken shots at Michael Jordan over the years because he believes that Michael Jordan was the one. He kept him away from the Dream Team, and that's why he didn't play in the 92 Dream Team. He should have been a part of the Dream Team. There's no question that he did and said that he should. But Michael Jordan came out and said many, many times he had nothing to do with it. So I don't know if Michael did, but nevertheless, everybody on all the different, people, the director of basketball at that time said that it had nothing to do with Michael Jordan. It was a bunch of players, and they did say that some players didn't want to play with Isiah Thomas. Some players did say that they didn't want to play with Isiah Thomas, but none of them were even thought of being Michael Jordan's name. So I don't know what is true when it comes to the Michael Jordan story with Isiah Thomas. And I know they don't like each other because of what happened in the late 80s and the early 90s with Detroit and the Chicago Bulls, and how big of wars they've had on the basketball court and what they did, the Jordan rules, beating the hell out of him when he would get into the paint. I don't know if anybody knows that story, but there were, and there were not only Chuck Daly that said it, Joe Dumars said it. He said that there were Jordan rules at that time because it was allowed. The game is different now. You couldn't do what everybody was doing to Michael Jordan in the playoffs now. You'd be flagrant out. You'd be done. What Joel Embiid did, that was soft compared to what Michael Jordan was getting.
Draymond Green volunteers as tribute.
I mean, serious. It's crazy. Michael Jordan was getting beaten the hell up. And that's why you can't compare Michael Jordan to LeBron James or any of those guys and what Michael Jordan did in the playoffs, because Michael Jordan had to earn every single point, earn every single part of that game of dominance when he played with the flu and all that other stuff. Those weren't fake stories. Those were true stories of Michael Jordan.
And again, you also look at the eras where you look at, even if the team success wasn't all there, like the dynasties were still there, prevalent in the 80s and the 90s too. There's still enough individual players across the league that had a good combination of skills. And I think the 80s and the 90s, when you look at it, is the best balance of when it comes to the offense and the defense. The 80s, a lot of our guests have said, our basketball guests have said that was the best balance of what we've seen. In the 90s, shifted to more defense, but still had a lot of good offensive players, still had a lot of good free-point shooters. And I think Anthony Edwards can't really disrespect those kind of things just because they didn't have the athleticism. The highlights Fish was just showing a couple minutes ago. Like, those are crafty point guards inside doing things that you see smaller point guards do today. It's like Steph Curry dribbling inside, Derrick Rose like that. I mean, not everyone was a dunk like Russell Westbrook or Ja Morant or those types of point guards, but they still had enough guys that were crafty inside to make that kind of thing work.
They were
different skill.
They're different players. I mean, when you bring up Ja Morant, you're trying to compare Ja Morant to Magic Johnson. There's no comparison. But if you go back in those 90s games and you want to compare Ja Morant to somebody, I mean, you're not going to pick a guy, well, he's as athletic as Ja Morant.
Right.
But there were guys as athletic as Ja Morant. Now, if Ja Morant played in those times, would Ja Morant be healthy all the time? Which he's never healthy now. But even if he played in those times, he'd be flat on his ass. He'd be probably on the sidelines. He would never last. His body had to be built differently. And the players in those times, their bodies were built differently. It was just a different game. I mean, when you look at the style of bodies that are built now in the NBA, you want to be long, lengthy, and you have some meat, but not a lot of meat. And when you look at Luka Doncic or Nikola Jokic, you're saying, oh man, they're too fat. They're not athletic. Meanwhile, they're the two best players in the NBA. So it doesn't matter when you say, hey, you know what? It's all about size. It's all about, hey, the athletic ability. If you could play, you can play. And that's what was different in those games, because in those games, it's the same thing. It was the same thing in those days. There was nothing different about that. If you can play, you can play. Go back on that. John Stockton, he changed the point guard position. How did he do that? He was a good passer. He was good at stealing. Was he a good offensive player? No, he wasn't. Career-wise, he averaged about 16 points a game. I mean, if you go back, but you go to Chris Paul, and some people compare Chris Paul as one of the greatest point guards of all time. If you look at Chris Paul's numbers, they're almost identical. Almost identical. So you're going to tell me that Chris Paul is more athletic than John Stockton because, hey, they played at different times? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. LeBron James, if you look at his numbers and you compare it to Magic Johnson's, are they far apart from one another? I'm not speaking about the longevity and what type of records LeBron James is breaking now, because he's going to break every single record. No, nobody's going to be able to catch up to him because of his longevity. Same thing with Tom Brady. Nobody's going to break Tom Brady's records unless he play 25, 26 years and never gets hurt. Tom Brady was hurt, what, once in his career?
Yep, 2008. Infamously hit by Bernard Pollard.
I mean, nobody's going to break those records unless they play. Patrick Mahomes plays 25 years straight without getting hurt. He's not going to break all those records. He's just not. He might come close, but he's not going to break those records unless he doesn't get hurt. A significant injury.
Or if the rules continue to get more offensive.
Again, we're going to say, now I'm not saying that Patrick Mahomes isn't more athletic than Tom Brady. He is. He is. But are you going to say that Patrick Mahomes is more accurate than Tom Brady? I mean, numbers would tell you that he is, but it was a different game then. When Tom Brady came into the league, it was different. You could put your hands on wide receivers. It was really more of a running game than it was a throwing game. It's changed. It's transitioned into an all-offensive game. It's become wide receivers, tight ends that could play multiple positions and block and do all these things that tight ends didn't have to do in the time of the 90s. It's a different game. The same thing, we go back to the NBA, it's a different game. The game is transitioned. The international game has been brought to the forefront. You have to be a good shooter. If you're not a good shooter, you're not going to make it in the NBA, or you're not going to last long in the NBA. Big men need to shoot threes. In those days, big men didn't have to shoot threes. Shaquille O'Neal, how many three-pointers did he shoot in the 90s when he played for Orlando? I mean, come on, guys. I'm just speaking the truth here. It's stupid. It's a dumb argument. It really is. That doesn't mean that Anthony Edwards isn't one of those guys that should speak out for the game of basketball now. He is, because he's the future of the NBA. For USA basketball, there's no question that he is.
If he actually gets playing time.
Well, that's Steve Kerr. Well, that'll be done.
Jamie Lee in the comment section. Hakeem the Dream Iverson, Tim Hardaway, who we're going to have on later, John Stockton, Karl Malone, had mad skills, Keith, Anthony Edwards.
And by the way, Keith says Brady played with when Mahomes played. Yeah, at the end of his career.
Yeah, no, they overlap.
I'm speaking about when Tom Brady came into the league, Keith. It was a different game. It was a different game. And by the way, Tom Brady in the playoffs has a winning record against Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, he does. And we're judging right now 8-year samples of Mahomes starting and Brady starting. Actually, 7-year samples because Mahomes sat the first year of Brady starting. The game is completely different than it is when it comes to schemes, when it comes to the skill sets of the players. You brought up a good point with the versatility, too. Like, the NFL, I don't think it's completely shifted to where it's positionless, but you're seeing a lot of hybrid-type players come in. Look at somebody like Brock Bowers, drafted as high as he was. That kind of thing would never happen. In the NBA, it's the same kind of thing. You mentioned Wemby. Like, Wemby, Nikola Jokic, all these prototypes you're never seeing before, where if you can shoot and you could like handle the ball well, it's becoming positionless basketball.
And Keith, you say so. The quarterback position is different when Tom Brady came into the league than Patrick Mahomes is playing in the game now. It's a different position. You need to be mobile. You need to do things. Now, when Tom Brady came into the league, it was all about the pocket present quarterback. Now, if you look at the elite quarterbacks in the league, you need to be a dual threat. You need to learn how to move inside and out of the pocket. You need to learn how to step into the pocket. It's a different game. That's what I'm saying. To say that Tom Brady wasn't athletic to succeed in the NFL when he did is ridiculous. Now, he's not as athletic as Patrick Mahomes is, but I can tell you somebody that was, and he was in the 90s as a quarterback. How about Randall Cunningham?
Mm-hmm.
How about Warren Moon? You're going to tell me, how about Michael Vick? Was he in the 90s?
I think he was drafted in 99, so like, I don't know if
but
he
I'm
started
saying,
that year. Yeah,
I'm saying there are quarterbacks that were as athletic as Patrick Mahomes is. He's just a new prototype of quarterback that the NFL has brought to the forefront.
Even before Patrick Mahomes, too. Like, the running quarterback revolution kind of started.
We're not comparing eras. Again, Keith, we're talking. Keith, do you listen? Honestly, I'm just speaking the truth. We're bringing up what Isiah Thomas was saying on Twitter. Listen to the take before you attack us and try to say that we're comparing each era. We're not comparing eras. We're speaking of each era and trying to compare and try to contrast what Anthony Edwards is talking about. Listen before you attack.
And also keep this in mind too, Keith. You're judging Vick and Cunningham were different types of quarterbacks than Patrick Mahomes. That's fine. But like Michael Vick and Randall Cunningham having access to these analytics, this data that is available now, the scouting that's available now, maybe they could have transformed them into the same kind of types of throwers. Yeah, the passing numbers are going to be different with the mobile quarterbacks of today versus the mobile quarterbacks of then. But that doesn't mean they couldn't have been the same thing. And same kind of thing in the NBA, like I was talking about before. Who says that Jerry West and George Gervin and Pistol Pete couldn't be the prolific three-point shooters of today?
WFAN's Gregg Gianatti says that the steroid era has made Aaron Judge's season look less impressive. I always say Rodgers because there's so many Aarons here. He added that the steroid era has lessened what Judge has done because guys like Barry Bonds and Sammy Sosa did it in a regular basis. He added that if Judge had a season like he has in 1998, doing it clean, it would have been more impactful to the game. Judge hit home run number 48 today and is on pace for 60 home runs still, but is slightly behind his record-setting 62 home runs season in 2022. Judge is also hitting .334 this season. Only Babe Ruth has had a season with a higher batting average while hitting 60 home runs. It is amazing what Aaron Judge is doing right now. It is absolutely amazing. It really is. And I'm going to tell you why it's so amazing. Because when you look at a man that's 6'8", 280 pounds, is a 5-tool player, was drafted in the first round, but in the 20s. And nobody thought that his game was going to transition more than just a power hitter in the major leagues. A Jim Thome type of player. Now, Jim Thome was a good hitter. I'm not saying that he wasn't, but he was more looked at as a power hitter than he was hitting for average. When he came into the league, when Aaron Judge came into the league, he was not a good average ball hitter. He was not. He had to work on his game. He had to build his game into what it is today. And playing in New York, it's not easy. As we all know, how many players, Sonny Gray being one of them. Yeah. Look how good of a pitcher he is right now. Look how good he was with Oakland. Look how good he was with Cincinnati and everywhere he's gone besides the Yankees.
Look at the great Miguel Andujar. Had one good year with the Yankees. Now he's playing great in Oakland.
To play in New York, it takes a special person. It takes a different person. Babe Ruth, when he came to New York, he became the face of New York sports in the 30s and the 20s. And you look at the game now and the transition of the game and what baseball is trying to bring to the forefront. Guys like Shohei Ohtani, the new Babe Ruth, and the betting sensation. Juan Soto, a young Hispanic player that's taking the game to higher heights, batting over 330 in the playoffs. You look at the game, and I'm just mentioning New York players. You look at the game, guys like Acuna, even though injured, the guy is, stealing 70, 80 bases and hitting over 300 and hitting 40 home runs. Have we ever seen anything like that before? Now, everybody's going to say Sirianni, who played for the Yankees, but Sirianni wasn't hitting 300.
No.
He was hitting like 240, 250. It is amazing how the game has changed. And we speak about basketball and we speak about football. It's different. And the sizes of these men that are playing professional baseball. The Yankees have two of them. Giancarlo Stanton. Now, he is not as good a hitter as Aaron Judge, but he's a power hitter. He's won an MVP before. Athletically gifted. Not as good in the outfield. Has a pretty good arm. But when you look at the facts here with the steroid era, and I'm going to get to this Gregg Gianatti thing because I disagree on this thing. I completely disagree on it. If Aaron Judge did this in the steroid era, everybody would say that Aaron Judge was on steroids. If Aaron Judge was doing this during the steroid era, he wouldn't get the credit. Because if it came out, he probably wouldn't be on the list because everybody loves him. Look at David Ortiz. David Ortiz is in the Hall of Fame. Why? Because everybody loved him. He did things. He was on that list, but everybody looked past it because they loved him. No matter what, there's still a hex on his name. Whatever you want to put it, wherever you want to slice it and you want to dice it, he cheated. Aaron Judge doing it now, it's actually even more amazing. I'm going to tell you why. Now, when you look at the game, there's two reasons why I say that a lot of people will attack what Aaron Judge is doing from what Babe Ruth was doing in the 30s. One, the ballparks are a lot smaller. The balls are much juiced, whatever. They juice them up. The seams are different. It's a different baseball. And the rules are starting to work for the players now than they have in those days. Now, also, a lot of the pitchers in those days only had like one or two pitches. I mean, they threw a fastball and a changeup. And most of them only threw like 85 miles per hour. They weren't throwing 98, 100, 103. It's different.
But they could throw a spitball until 1964.
It's not ball and, whatever you want to call it. They used whatever they can to change off-speed pitches all the time.
Max Scherzer would love to go back in time and be able to put sticky stuff on his hands and be able to pitch in the 30s.
But what he's doing in this game now is amazing. You're batting .334 when everybody knows that you're the best hitter in the lineup. You can't pitch around him. You got to pitch against him because he's protected in the lineup. He can hit anywhere in that lineup. If he hits first, he's probably up to bat even more times. He probably right now has 55, 56 home runs. But he's batting third or fourth sometimes in the lineup because they want him to be protected and they don't want to put him in harm's way. Obviously, stealing bases. Usually, when you hit first, you have to be on base. You have to steal bases. You got to get into scoring position. They're not going to do that. But what makes Aaron Judge so amazing is the way these new statistics are showing you the war, showing you that you can compare what he is doing all around to all the greats, the Barry Bondses. Yes, when Barry Bonds was a great outfielder, to the different players that we have seen over the years play center field, right field, left field, Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio. When you look at those great players and you look at what they did at the time and the dominant players that they were at that time, and you see what Aaron Judge is doing right now, much bigger, dealing with much more possibilities of injuries because the game is different. It is utterly amazing what he is doing. And if he did it in the steroid era, he wouldn't get the respect that he deserves like he's doing right now. Now, is it he says it's not as impressive. Gregg Gianatti says it's not as impressive if he did it in 98. How would you think that? And how could you say something like that? Here's the reason why he's wrong. Because what he is doing now, because there was so much cheating then, and he's doing it now where there is no cheating and they're getting tested, it makes it even more amazing that he's doing it now. He's hitting 62 home runs in a season. And he's doing it strategically every single year. Teams are strategizing against him, seeing how they can pitch against him, where they can pitch against him. Remember when Barry Bonds was up, they were walking him intentionally all the time.
That record is never going to be topped that 2004 season.
They're not walking Aaron Judge because they can't pitch around him. He clogs up the plate. He's so big, he clogs up the plate. You pitch him low, he's going to pull the ball right. If you pitch him high, he's going to pull the ball left. He's going to use the whole field. And that's what even makes him even more amazing. And what he's doing even more amazing. He uses the whole field. Go look at where he hits the ball. His home runs. He hits just as many home runs from left field as he does right. The numbers are almost identical. It's crazy. And Gregg Gianatti, I don't take everything Gregg Gianatti says because he's always trying to sell something. And he's not a Yankee fan. He is a Met fan. And I'm not saying he's trying to put down what Aaron Judge is doing right now. I'm not saying that. But to say that this isn't as impressive as if he was doing it in 1998 doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Because to me, what he's doing right now is even more impressive what they were doing in 1998, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire, Barry Bonds. It's more impressive because with those guys, as good of those players were on their respectable teams, all of them were good. All of them. And they all should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, including Albert Bell. Shame on, the baseball rights.
Yeah, and that's going to be a different discussion that never is going to come to fruition, but hopefully that they don't do that with Aaron Judge.
I think that if you look at his numbers and what he's doing and you're putting his name in the same conversation as Babe Ruth, that's enough for me and more impressive than anything that happened in 1998 when Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire were fighting to see who was going to hit more home runs that year. When I think Mark McGwire hit 72 or 73 home runs that year, and Sammy Sosa hit 68, 69.
Right, and then Barry Bonds broke it again after that with the 74.
Well, it wasn't the same year.
Yeah, a couple of years later. But even going back to what Gianatti was saying, though, like him being with the Yankees too adds a national element to that kind of thing too. Where if you're having the home run competitions, then he's still going to have that same kind of thing because the Yankees are such a national brand in baseball. So him doing that, it doesn't get pushed to the side where maybe somebody on a smaller market team or a city that isn't as prevalent with their baseball is still going to get that. So the era shouldn't matter.
You know what's so funny? I'm reading Keith and he says they walk Judge a lot. We didn't say that they don't walk Aaron Judge.
There's a reason he has this insane OPS.
What are you talking about, Keith? This is why you get me heated sometimes. We know he's getting walked. He's not getting walked as much as Barry Bonds.
No.
You're going to tell me that right now Aaron Judge is getting walked more than Barry Bonds?
No. Nobody is ever going to top that season with 2004 season with that insane amount of intentional walks that Barry Bonds had. Aaron Judge or anyone in baseball today is not going to top that kind of record. That does not mean that you should discredit Aaron Judge for walking a lot and still trying to work out at bats. Because like Errol was saying, he had a lot of strikeout issues at the beginning of his career, his first 3 years. Now, that doesn't say he's still not striking out a good amount. He still is. But that comes with power. That comes with walking a lot. And what Aaron Judge is doing now is still one of the best single seasons you're going to see out of a hitter. Because think about
Do you know who leads the league right now based on balls?
Aaron Judge.
No.
Bobby Witt.
Juan Soto.
Juan Soto. Okay.
Juan Soto. Do you know who's second?
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge. Okay. And why do you think that's going on? And by the way, Juan Soto has 106. Aaron Judge has 104. Wow. At this time of year, I remember when Barry Bonds had like 160 walks, 170 walks.
And he had,
wasn't even close.
Yeah, and he had over 100 intentional. You're never going to see that kind of thing. I think there was a team that intentionally walked him in with the bases loaded. Like, when do you ever see that?
And you have 3 guys almost breaking 100 this year. I mean, Kyle Schwarber's right behind him with 89.
Okay.
I mean, how many times are we ever going to see that?
No. And that's the big difference between a year of Kyle Schwarber, who's a very streaky hitter, good power hitter on base guy, and somebody like Aaron Judge who's putting it all together. And that's what Gregg Gianatti has to appreciate.
And yes, they do come right at him. They do. For a lineup as good as the Yankees are when it comes to the middle of their lineup, including Giancarlo Stanton, they come at him. They do. They come at him. How would he hit 48 home runs right now if they weren't coming at him? Mm-hmm. How would Juan Soto right now has 36 home runs? You're going to tell me they don't come at Juan Soto? Come on, Keith. It doesn't make sense.
I saw a tweet today from our friend Matt Fontana, who obviously is from Cleveland, and the Yankees playing the Guardians today. Like, it's a bold strategy. They should try not pitching to Aaron Judge. Well, yeah, you have to still do it eventually, and they still are attacking Aaron Judge.
It depends on the way. It depends how many outs there are.
Of course.
Who's on base. There's a way of strategizing. And they have a strategy before the game on how they want to pitch to these guys.
Right. And it's going to depend on situation, too. If you have a good enough lead, you're still going to attack guys. So, like, to say that for how many pitches are thrown in Yankees games during a season, like, you're not going to be able to just have that same kind of strategy every time. You're not going to, like he was saying, you're not going to intentionally walk Aaron Judge either to get to that point. And he's still accumulating 104 walks in a season. That comes with the power. And that's part of one of the most impressive individual seasons that Gregg Gianatti is not understanding here. There were a lot of better ones, OPS-wise, average-wise, than some of those, besides Barry Bonds and that Babe Ruth season, than ever.
Listen, Gregg Gianatti is a Met fan. He's a Minnesota Vikings fan. I mean, are we really going to take any advice from Gregg Gianatti? And I love you, Greg. Greg, I've known Greg since we were in high school. I played for Bellport. I played for Patchogue. We're practically the same age. I think I'm a year older than Greg. So where I know who Gregg Gianatti is, and I'm not taking shots at what he has said in the past. I'm taking shots at what he's saying now and trying to compare, what Aaron Judge has done this year, or not even compare what Aaron Judge has done this year to be anywhere close to what those guys did in the 98 season, because I think that's wrong. What he is doing right now is even more impressive than any one of those guys.
Yep.
I mean, the numbers would tell you that it is.
It's one of the best pure hitting seasons you're ever going to see. So, like, the fact that he's going to downgrade, it's not the same because it was in the 90s, it's ridiculous. Like, I know the steroid era was influential when it comes to saving baseball. That's fine. But you don't think it's struggling now with everything that's going down with the local TV deals, all these rule changes. Like, you're losing fan base now, too. And a lot of it is saved by these phenoms like Aaron Judge, who is on pace right now to be right with those guys that hit 500, 600 home runs, if he can stay healthy, obviously. But that is one of the best single seasons you're ever going to see. And because of that, because he's not getting intentionally walked like Barry Bonds, you're going to downgrade that kind of thing, Greg?
All right, let's bring Fish in. Let's hear it from Fish. I'd like to know his opinion. I know he's a Yankee fan.
By the way, Fish, I did like your comment about the intentionally walking Soto against the other Judge the other day. Yes, we're trusting White Sox logic on that one.
Yeah, I would say that it was not a great move by the White Sox, maybe the worst team this league has seen in over a decade or so, to walk
the Marlins
Juan Soto. Although Juan Soto, to be fair, hit 4 home runs in 4 straight at-bats against them before this happened earlier in the day, in the last 2 games. You still can't pitch to Aaron Judge. His numbers are out of control. Just a couple of advanced stat type of things. As again, he's hitting almost 100 points above the league average right now. And this is a guy who's 6'7". His strike zone is that of a guy who's 6'7", and he's still able to do this. You look at a guy like Altuve could put up a batting average, because where are you going to throw it to a guy that's 5'5"? Right? It's easier to, crouch down. There used to be guys back in the day that were these slap hitters that were so small and have these really crouched stances that there's nowhere to throw it. They get on base. And, that there's a lot of use for in the game for that. There's no flaw in this guy's approach anymore. You can't, I don't know what you do. He's walking not on a clip like Bonds. Let's face it. Bonds, what they did with the steroids, the fact that they, I remember him being
Barry Bonds
walked.
is ridiculous.
Remember when they walked him with the bases loaded?
Yeah, I mentioned that before. Yeah.
Yes.
I'd never seen that before, ever.
I mean, it was probably the right decision. He was something like hitting 500 with the bases loaded or something that season. Like, what do you do sometimes to these guys? And I just remember watching Bonds, the strike zone, it looked like there was nowhere to throw it. And that's how Judge looked really since May. And it's incredible he's doing it, despite the fact his foot isn't 100%. They say it's never going to be after that freak injury in Dodger Stadium last year that cost him a lot most of last season. He's had some freak injuries. He was having more injuries when he was younger. Look, he seems to be put it all together, and the Yankees have to make a move now while he's playing this well. They've got the guys. Can they all put it together? Can the pitching hold it up? I don't know, but where do you pitch to a guy like this? His postseason record, and Errol, you mentioned it last week, he's not a great postseason hitter historically, but he hasn't been this good in the postseason. So I'd like to see, and with the protection of a guy like Soto, again, they're not going to intentionally walk Soto in the postseason. That guy hits 300 with power. He's going to have 40 home runs, 35 home runs also. It's crazy.
It's weird to think that the only team that's so far in his 2 postseason stints that have shut down Soto, oddly enough, has been the Mets.
It's ridiculous. If you look at Soto's numbers in the playoffs, they're just absolutely ridiculous. And that's why he's going to make a lot of money at the end of this season, because they're not going to look, even though his regular season numbers are as good as anybody's in baseball, it's what he does in the postseason with the pressure on him. And I expect him to be a big-time hitter for the Yankees. If they play Houston, you're going to need Juan Soto against those Houston Astros, especially when everybody thinks that they have the Yankees number, which on paper they do over the last couple of years. But it's a different Houston Astros team now. It's different. It's differently managed, and it's a different pitching staff. Now they're younger and they're still talented, and you could see they're gifted. You know, in their infield is really gifted. But again, we'll have to see what and if they actually meet in the playoffs, and if it happens. So, I mean, it's amazing what Aaron Judge is doing, and for Gregg Gianatti to say that and say that and try to compare it from the '98, or not even try to say that it has anything comparable to the '98 season, if he did it then, is ridiculous. Stephen A. Smith said on First Take that Russell Wilson should stop smiling on the sidelines when there is no guarantee he will win the starting job. He added that Wilson has been cocky the moment he signed with the Steelers and has been all about himself like he was with the Broncos. He added that the Broncos are paying over $200 million for him not to be there. So this should be a red flag for Mike Tomlin. He added that him not being able to work with Pete Carroll or Sean Payton in recent years will show that it won't work even if he starts. Damon Woody also said that there is a concern with Russell Wilson's preseason tape. In 13 preseason drives, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields at quarterback have only scored 3 points. Wow, there's a lot to get into this with Stephen A. Smith, and I'm actually going to agree with Stephen A. Smith on this one.
Wow.
Yeah, well, because I think Russell Wilson is an absolute joke. And because he married a superstar R&B singer, and because for some reason he kisses Future's ass, and I don't know if anybody knows who Future is. He's a rapper who has a kid with Ciara and plays daddy to his kid. There's some kind of thought that Russell Wilson is like some superstar, musician, aka football player. But the truth is right now, Russell Wilson is not liked by anybody in the NFL. He has a lot of haters. And I'm not even speaking about the Broncos. I'm not even speaking about some of his ex-players that played for Seattle or coaches that didn't like him. We all know Sean Payton didn't like him. We know Pete Carroll now is going to be coming out with a book. I can't wait to read that, baby. Can't wait to read that one. When you're a quarterback and you're the leader of the team, and everybody on that team has to follow you, you're the guy, you're the franchise, and your offensive line doesn't want to block for you. They want you to get killed behind the line of scrimmage. And then your defensive players are talking or even trying to kill you on the practice field. When you're supposed to be redshirted, they're hitting you because they can't stand you. That's a problem. Now, Mike Tomlin comes out and says that Russell Wilson's going to be my starter, more than likely going to be my starter. How could you say that? Because if I was a player on the team, knowing that every single player or every single quarterback on that roster deserves a chance to win the job. And Russell Wilson's only making $2 million. And by the way, in the last 2 years, his numbers have been crap. And everybody says, well, his numbers were good last year. Yeah, they were not, because Peyton was making him throw short passes and put him in harm's way of making bad, stupid plays at the end of the season. I'm going to tell you this right now. If he does win the job, it's going to be a very short leash. It's going to be a very, very short leash, because I do believe them bringing in Justin Fields was the smartest thing the organization has done in a very long time at the quarterback position. I think Justin Fields should have never, and I love Caleb Williams, should have never been traded. I think they should have kept Justin Fields there and let Justin Fields and Caleb Williams fight it out for the starting job this year. Because if Justin Fields won the job, you play Justin Fields. If he plays well, you could have gotten a 3rd-round draft pick or a 2nd-round draft pick for a guy that you moved up and gave up a significant haul for with the Giants. It doesn't make sense. And now, going back to Russell Wilson and Stephen A. Smith, he's absolutely right. When he was traded, or when he went, well, he wasn't traded, he signed with the Steelers, and he was at the press conference, he had all smiles on his face. Because he knew, he thought, oh, it's my job to win. It's my job. And he took less money. Well, he didn't take less money. He's getting paid a load of money for the Broncos that don't even want him there. Russell Wilson has been nothing but a laughingstock of the NFL for the last 2 years. And honestly, when we talk about hated players, hated athletes in their sports, we talk about Draymond Green. We talk about Brooks. Even in the NFL, Sean Smith, he was on our show. He was very hated. I mean, he mentioned how much he was hated in the NFL. And we had players that have already said that he was hated on the NFL field. Is there anybody more hated right now in the NFL than Russell Wilson? And honestly, I haven't heard any of them. Have you heard any name right now, this offseason, that anybody's brought up that they completely hate on a football field? And the answer is no. We mentioned guys like Michael Parsons. There are people that don't like Michael Parsons because he's short-spoken. He's on a podcast. He says stupid things about Zach Wilson. Sticking up for Zach Wilson, there was nothing to stick up for him. Yeah, Michael Parsons has his own agenda when he goes out there and he speaks on his podcast. And there are other players that have their own podcasts. The Kelsey brothers, they have their own cereal. And people think that, Travis Kelce's trying to become popular because he's dating Taylor Swift. But even him, as a player, is not hated. Russell Wilson is dating a superstar. He's married to a superstar, just like Kelsey is dating a superstar. And nobody can stand him. Nobody. That says a lot about who he is as a man. And then when that whole office thing, when Sean Payton came in and took his office away from him because a lot of players couldn't stand the fact that this man could dress. And this is the same thing that happened with Brett Favre with the Jets. The Jets made a deal with Brett Favre. If we bring you in, we're going to give you your own place to dress. You're going to have your own room, and you're not going to have to deal with the team. How did that work for the Jets? How long did that last? It didn't. And that's what created a lot of problems in that Broncos locker room was the fact that Russell Wilson was getting treated like he was still the superstar player he was when he won a Super Bowl, which, by the way, it wasn't him that won. It was the defense, the Legion of Boom, the unbelievable front seven that they had, Pete Carroll's defense. Stephen A. Smith is absolutely right about this. He's all smiles. This could be a disastrous season for the Steelers because it could go down in flames for them if they start Russell Wilson and the fans start to get down on him, and then the players start to get down on him, and then finally you bring Justin Fields in. The season, you're in a division, probably the hardest division in football. You got to play Baltimore twice. You got to play the Bengals twice. You got to play the best defense in the NFL last year twice in the Browns. And you're not just playing Joe Flacco. You're playing Deshaun Watson this year, who's had a good offseason, I've heard. It's not going to be good for the Pittsburgh Steelers if you're going to go into the season with a laughingstock, a guy that is not liked by his peers, a guy that thinks that he's better than the world, the guy that has mansion after mansion, player after player saying that he's a big piece of garbage. How does this work for the Pittsburgh Steelers? And by the way, they're an organization that likes to step back. Their owners, that organization likes to stay out of the forefront in the tabloids. Now you bring in the biggest laughingstock right now in the NFL, the guy that nobody can stand. How does this work for them? Even Ben Roethlisberger, for all the craziness that he had, the motorcycle accident, the sexual thought of things that were going on in the clubs, even that was pushed to the side, was eased to the side because it was the Pittsburgh Steelers. Everybody forgot about that. Why? Because that's the way the Pittsburgh Steelers handle things. You can't hide this with Russell Wilson because every time he's up talking to the press, every time he speaks on his podcast or his dumb podcast that he jumps on, he throws himself under the bus even worse.
Yeah, you look at the team culture aspect that we've seen with the Seahawks and with the Broncos towards the end, and these were with top coaches too. Like, it's not just you're dealing with, okay, this guy played for, I don't know, Freddie Kitchens, so Baker Mayfield became thought of as a bust, and then he's played well with other coaches since then. No, he played with Pete Carroll and Sean Payton and could not get along with either one of them. That's a sign of not a good leadership. And Fish, I don't think you were there yet. We had Brandon Lloyd on the show earlier this year.
I remember that.
And he was mentioning him not fitting in a blue-collar city like Pittsburgh.
He's not a big fan of Russell Wilson.
No, he was not. And what he did with the Broncos, who Brandon played for in his career at one point, showed that he doesn't fit that kind of thing. It's a glamour life type thing. That's why I think a lot of people were thinking, all right, he's going to go to a flashy thing. I was thinking the Raiders would be a team.
The Broncos are more flashier than the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right. But even comparison to just other cities across the league that are not thought of that way. I thought he was going to go to the Raiders for that reason. Las Vegas, that lifestyle, that celebrity lifestyle fits that kind of thing. And that's where I thought the Raiders for the front office, it would fit that kind of thing. The Steelers, it really didn't. And they wouldn't have done it unless the Broncos were able to take on that kind of money to make it work. And they're desperate right now because Kenny Pickett has been a horrible quarterback in his 2 years in his career. And they've struggled with the passing game since Big Ben's gotten older. And they've still squeaked into the playoffs. They figure, all right, gamble on a high upside. But if your team culture is going to change all that, Mike Tomlin can only do so much.
You know, we look at what Russell Wilson was great at, and it doesn't even matter the leadership wasn't great at it at the time, because when he was younger, if you remember what he was great at, it was getting out of the pocket.
Scrambling.
It was doing play action and selling really great fakes because you had to respect both Marshawn Lynch and his legs. Well, let's face it, he didn't have that kind of running game last year in Denver, and they were trying to drop back and throw anyway, and he's trying to stay in the pocket. He's 5'10", 5'11". That's why he fell to the third round in the first place. This guy, without the legs, is a short quarterback that stays in the pocket. He's not terrible, but he's limited because of that. But he's not the player he used to be. He was really dynamic for a handful of years, really up until that weird finger injury a couple of years ago when he was putting up the stats, and it just kind of stopped. And he's tried to stay in the pocket. He's not taking the hits as much anymore, which is natural. He's older. But now if you're going to depend on that guy, you know that his best days are way behind him. So if you think that he's got a chance to be better than he's shown, I don't know what you're thinking. Now, they didn't pay much for him, and they have Fields as the other option. But let's face it, guys. Don't you think this team is a team that's drafting quarterback early next year?
I don't. I think Justin Fields should be the one and the option that they should give an opportunity to start this year. If you want to know if you have somebody on your roster, Russell Wilson is not your future. Justin Fields could be. Justin Fields is 23, 24 years old. He could still be your future quarterback if you build him right and you build trust in him in the pocket and let him do what he's good at and give him that right, background of coaching that he has not had since he's come into the NFL. Maybe he succeeds, because Eberflus was not the guy. Okay. We all know Eberflus is getting fired over there in Chicago. It's never going to work. Who do we have on the phone?
We have Keith. Keith, we'll have you on until Tim comes into the feed. I'm still waiting for him.
Okay. So he's coming out. All right. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. Let's go.
All right. As far as Russell Wilson, I agree with you 1,000%. I just don't know why you picked the Steelers to win 12 or 13 games in the first part of the year when you know he's on the team.
Because of the roster and the way the games are set up. That's why.
You still think they can do it? They're going to do that?
I don't know. I said that, and we haven't. When I do my live show, I will go through where I think these teams are going to be, and I'll compare and contrast. I have not sat in front of my computer and really looked at the rosters to really decide on where I'm going with it. But when we do the live show, yes, I did. But that was first. Whatever, Keith. Are you here to attack me, or are you going to go into what you want to talk about? So spit it out. Whatever. That was at that time. Yes, at the time, going into the week. No, it wasn't last week.
Yes, it was.
No, it was. You're telling me I said Pittsburgh last week? We were not talking about that last week on what their records were going to be.
Excuse me.
It was a couple of weeks ago.
The week before.
No, it wasn't. It was a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, it was.
Whatever. Spit out what you want to talk about, because you're getting me angry.
Okay, as far as Aaron Judge, too, it's amazing what he's doing. Obviously, much better season than Bonds or anybody had. And it's one season because it was without roids. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. As far as it's not impressive. I didn't see the article. I figured the reason he was saying it's not impressive is the way people are looking at it, because you won't have the same kind of numbers as those guys did with the advantage of the steroids. And as far as the stadiums, too, like, Judge's homers, they don't just barely go out. They'd be out in any fucking park. Almost most of them. He just made them, so he's having a better season than those guys. So I'm agreeing with you on that. But he definitely does get pitched around. Not as much as he should, but he definitely does. And so does Soto even still. That's why they both have that many walks, which is incredible. If you have over 100 walks, you're getting pitched around. For the year, they still got a quarter season to go. Bonds and Judge, Bonds, when they walked with the bases loaded, I thought it was a great move. At the time, I would do it to Judge at times too. The only thing I hope the Judge hits in the clutch, because at the seventh inning, even this year, he bats .235 with like 4 home runs and whatever RBIs.
I saw that statistic you sent me. Yep.
Yeah, so still worried about that. The clutch, when they need him.
Well, he still had, but again, it took Alex Rodriguez a long time with the Yankees and throughout his career.
Rodriguez only had one good playoff. He never.
It doesn't matter. In 2009, he was the reason why the Yankees won that.
I agree. Series. I'm saying it was only 1 year. All the
doesn't matter. You did it once. If Aaron Judge does it one time, it won't matter if he does it. If he can't hit a lick after that.
Yeah.
If he wins one World Series, that would be everything to the New York Yankees organization.
Oh, listen, I'm fine with him. I mean, he never does well in the playoffs. But everybody, he gets you there. But I got a feeling he will be just fine with him, because how he's sitting now, like, he was always a good average hitter, not a great average hitter. He had 1 year only under 260. He was usually in the 270s, low 280s, which is pretty amazing for a guy his size. Not his size, but the type of hitter he is. I mean, it's not Mickey Mantle amazing, or should I say Babe Ruth amazing, or Lou Gehrig with their high numbers, but you can't compare those errors anyway. And they got specialty pitches today.
If he ends the season, batting .340 and he hits 60 home runs,
one of the greatest seasons. He's right up there in the top 5 seasons ever.
I mean, it is comparable to Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth. It's comparable to Joe DiMaggio.
I agree.
It is.
I'm saying absolutely. If he bats .335 or even .320 or more.
Oh, he's definitely going to bat .320 this year before the end of the season. I think so, 100%.
He's just getting better and better. Unfortunately, he's been a guy who's been hurt a lot.
I mean, where is he with the Triple Crown? Where is that right now? How many RBIs is it?
Which batting 350?
Oh, who's hitting 350?
Bobby Witt.
All right, so
batting average will be the only thing that's going to be tough, because Judge is 335 right now, and I think Witt was 349.
All right, so
it's going to be hard to catch him on that.
Not necessarily. I mean, Witt could fall apart, at the end.
Well, he ain't going to fall apart. He's been so consistent. Hopefully, he has a nice slump. Okay,
Listen, I don't wish that upon anybody, but wouldn't that be amazing?
Slump all year.
When was the last? Who was the last Yankee to win Triple Crown? I think it was Mickey Mantle.
Yeah. It was like a drought in the American League for a while, from Yastrzemski to Miguel Cabrera. Like, it's hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, and to do it the way he's doing it. I mean, doing it in New York and the pressure on you and everybody expects you. And that's the most amazing thing that what Aaron Judge is doing. It's very hard to do it here. It's very hard to do it in front of the fans and the way the fans are. Aaron Judge, he goes out
unless
there.
you go the other way. Some people thrive on that, and he's just so, you know what? He has the right temperament for it. As does Soto. Like wasn't even worried about Soto coming to New York. You knew he would eat it up. They got to do whatever they can to sign him, man. Because this 3-4, you're not going to get better.
It's pretty amazing what he's doing. I disagree with Gregg Gianatti, but I also believe that what Gregg Gianatti was trying to say is he's trying to attack the steroid era, because Gregg Gianatti is behind the MLB keeping those guys out of the Hall of Fame, which I disagree with him. Those guys should be in the Hall of Fame.
Usually it's just the old writers that do this. You know what? I think if you had long enough careers, like Barry Bonds is definitely a Hall of Famer before the steroids.
Roger Clemens.
So is A-Rod.
Yep.
So is Clemens. Sammy Sosa now. Sammy Sosa's a joke. If you looked at his numbers before that, I'm not calling him a joke, but he wasn't a big numbers guy like this, like he became after. But without a doubt, Bonds, A-Rod, Clemens, I don't even know the others. Like you said, Ortiz got in. Manny Ramirez should be in. If Ortiz is in, you know. But it's because Ortiz is likable and a lot of those other guys weren't likable, which is bullshit. But that's the baseball writers, man.
And that's why it needs to change. I think, honestly, there should be a panel of, just like the NFL, there should be a panel of ex-players that vote these guys in. That's what I think. You look at the game and you bring in like 5 guys that are in today's game and 5 guys in those days, and then let them vote on who should be in and who shouldn't be in. 10 guys, and make that
The only
decision.
thing that sucks about that, then they can vote their boys in, or you know what I mean?
I mean, Tony La Russa brought Harold Baines in. I mean, Harold Baines should not be in a Hall of Fame.
No,
but
he was a great player. I mean, if he's in,
he wasn't a
not only belongs in, Sarah Munter belongs in. Okay.
Harold Baines played 25 years. That's why he and to me, when you look at his numbers, he should not be in the Hall of Fame.
He played DH how many years?
He should not be in the Hall of Fame. He should not. I'm sorry.
No, I agree.
And that's because of Tony La Russa. And we interviewed Tony La Russa. He's a nice guy. And I never mentioned it. I wanted to so bad.
Great manager.
I really wanted to attack him with it, but I didn't. So.
And Baines was definitely one of the, he was a great player. Not quite Hall of Fame material, I don't think.
We're still waiting for Tim?
Yeah. I've messaged him 3 times.
Is Hardaway showing up, man?
Well, he's been on the show, so yeah, he should
show up. Actually, I never know. Yeah.
Yes.
That guy, better crossover, him or Iverson?
Both
awesome.
Allen Iverson.
Huh?
Allen Iverson had a better crossover.
Those guys, Hardaway had the original. Iverson probably got it from him. Great move. Iverson's a little bit quicker, but Hardaway was sick. Neither one was a good shooter or a great shooter, but their quickness and their pass, well, especially Hardaway, he could really dish the ball. But AI was just a great athlete. They both took their game to new levels. But Caitlin Clark, she's been going.
What about her?
Killing it.
I've been telling her.
And now, hopefully, people are finally seeing what a great passer she is. I knew that in college. You could just tell when she threads the needle most of the time, and she's got 5 technical fouls. So all of a sudden, you're seeing some BS about her attitude, but it's not against refs or anything or other players. She gets mad at herself when she misses a shot. So that's actually kind of, I respect that. And she won't go over the numbers. She's too smart. 7 to get suspended for a game. But they got to have something to make up to bitch about her.
She's going to change the women's basketball game.
She already has.
No, but I'm speaking about like these
girls.
Yeah,
like Curry did.
No,
just like Curry.
I'm saying no, like Jordan. That's what I'm gonna say. Because
like who?
Like Jordan, Michael Jordan. Because I believe.
Oh, but she has the same game as Curry.
I compared her game to Steph Curry. I did. If you look at their numbers, they're almost identical in their rookie seasons. They're almost identical.
And not just that. The same. She shoots the deep range deeper than anybody. Like the women's game, I have great players already that haven't changed the game. I mean, even like Sue Bird, but not the all-around
Angel
player
Reese,
like that.
yes.
Sue Bird was sick. Angel Reese is awesome. But as far as for their rookie year, they might get joint rookie of the year. They're talking that Reese is still ahead, but I don't know about that because Reese is averaging double doubles. That's a tough choice. That doesn't even really matter to me who gets that. I could care less. Look what she's doing with the Fever, how much better she's making them and improving every game.
Mm-hmm. I think Caitlin Clark's changing her game too.
Yeah, she just gets better and better, so early. I think she had the same talent now. She's getting beat up more than other people, and she just not as much as she was, but she doesn't say anything about it. She's humble. She's poised. She's do you think now you say Curry ruins the game? I know you don't mean that takes away from him as a great player, but will she ruin a game with her range?
No, because here's the thing with Steph Curry and Caitlin Clark. The game was already, at its top point before Steph Curry. And Caitlin Clark is changing the women game where there's going to be more money, more advertisements.
Oh, yeah, but nobody has shot threes like Curry. Now,
I'm not saying that, but I think the problem with the game is now everybody thinks that if you can shoot like Curry, you can be an NBA superstar. And that's not true. The game is more than just shooting in the NBA.
But
it's become
who saw that? Europe. Were the first guys before Curry was even bombing threes. Europe was all about the outside game.
But also team basketball.
That's why you saw like Petrovic. Remember, before these big guys came along, it was the outside shooters. Deion Petrovic is one of them.
Petrovic, may he rest in peace, by the way. Could have been one of the greats.
He was
That
awesome.
car accident was horrible. It's a horrible thing
and
that happened in the 90s. It really was. And the Nets had a superstar player that they who knows might have won a championship.
And the Nets were getting good at that time. They were improving with, and that set them back. I think they got the luck of the Mets, or that what it is. It's the Ets in all these teams. The Jets, the Mets, the Nets.
Oh, stop! All right, Keith.
All right, man.
Call in later. We really appreciate the call. We love you, man. Thank you for calling.
Looking forward to Hardaway.
Yes. So am I. I mean, we're waiting. Timmy knows. Now, Timmy's been on the show. He might be busy. This is. And did you speak to him earlier today?
Yeah, he gave me a thumbs up earlier. He was good to go.
I saw that. So we'll see. Maybe he'll show up a little bit later. Maybe he's somewhere else. Maybe he's somewhere in another state where he was thinking a different time. I don't know. But if we get Jerel Worthy in, we'll just tell Tim that we'll get him on after. But hopefully we get Tim Hardaway on. We've had him on the show many, many times. I think this would be the third.
This is the second time.
Oh, second time? I thought it was the third time.
No, I tried to get him on again during the NBA season.
Sure? I think we had him twice.
No, I'm pretty sure it was twice. Oh, this is only the second time.
I disagree. I think this is going to be the third time we've had him on the show. I remember twice. Okay. So anyways, to finish up with the Russell Wilson thing, and I know you're a coach, Fish, and you look at Mike Tomlin and the position Mike Tomlin's in. This is a really important position he's put himself in because there's a lot of pressure on him this year. Because remember, did he sign an extension?
Yes,
he just signed the extension, the 3-year extension.
Mm-hmm.
You're going into a season where you've never had a losing record. Yeah, never losing season, and your division is probably the best it's ever been. This is probably the best division. No question it's the best division in football, but this could be the best division in the last 15 years. That's how good the division is. Every single one of these teams have quarterbacks or quarterback. They all have good defenses. They all have pretty good offenses, and they're all explosive in many different ways. So it could go either way. Any one of these teams can win the division. Anyone. I think 3 out of the 4 teams are making the playoffs. I really do. I would be surprised, and I don't think this is going to happen, that all 4 teams can make the playoffs. It's crazy, but it could happen. That's how good this division is. They could go back and forth with one another. Baltimore is expected to win the division. The Bengals have Joe Burrow with the weapons that they have. Then you have, obviously, the Pittsburgh Steelers, which I think has one of the top 3 defenses in the league. And then you have arguably the best defense in the league in the Browns from last year. And they have DeSean Jackson, who everybody keeps saying looks fantastic right now at practices and all that other stuff. So this could be the best DeSean Jackson we've seen in 3-4 years. Hopefully he keeps his hands to himself. So
I guess who else was considered a quarterback away when it came to the building of the roster construction 2 years ago, the Broncos. So you better hope that you could rebirth Russell Wilson. Otherwise, it's going to go very similarly. Maybe not as bad because of Mike Tomlin stabilizing it versus the great Nathaniel Hackett, but still not ideal.
It really doesn't matter what level of football you're coaching. If you are a week away from the start of the season or 2 weeks away and you do not know who your quarterback is, that team has no leadership. That team from on the offensive side of the ball, there's divided camps and cliques within the team on who wants who. They're talking about it. It's an issue. Every coach that's ever had a situation like this knows there'll be people that want the other guy. There'll be people say both of these guys stink. There'll be people that kiss up to Russ because they want targets. It'll be, what you don't want. And if you have 3 of the best defenses in the league in your division, you got to face them 6 times. This could be one of those Steelers seasons, and you've seen Tomlin have these seasons where it just does not start out well, and then everyone writes them off, and by the end of the season, they go on a run, win like 5-6 straight games, and they end up around a little bit over 500. It could be one of those type of years with them. I don't really think it's a good spot to be in, especially with Russell looking a little bit in a decline right now as far as what you're seeing. The offensive line has played horribly in the preseason for them, which has been a shock. So they've got a lot of work to do. But again, you have the longest tenured, I believe he's the longest tenured head coach in the NFL. Yep. And it's really, really important to trust in the fact that there's a reason why he's that guy. So there's a real good chance he can get that out of Justin Fields and turn around. It just might not happen overnight, guys.
We will have Jerel Worthy on the phone tonight. I think he's driving home from practice.
Yeah. He's been at practice all day, and then he's got to bring his kids back after that. So
we will have him. We'll have him on the phone. He is going to join us tonight because he missed us on Tuesday. So stay tuned. He's a really good kid, a really good guy. I say kid because I'm older than him, but he's a really good guy. He knows the game of football, and he knows Aaron Rodgers. So. He's worked and trained with Aaron Rodgers in the offseason over the years, and he knows him just as well as anybody does. So I'm interested to get him on. What's that bark over there? Is that your dog right there?
No, Fish is muted, so I don't know.
Somebody's
it was my dog all the way downstairs. She's pretty
after Wednesday's joint practice with the Jets and the Giants, Sauce Gardner was at a loss for words when he was asked about Daniel Jones. Sauce was stumbling when he was answering the questions and eventually called Jones good and a good quarterback, but also said he got distracted. He added that he thought that he was going to pick him off, but he changed his mind and threw a short pass to Wan'Dale Robinson instead. Malik Neighbors said that Sauce has every right to talk because they outplayed the Giants offense, who Neighbors said beat themselves. The Giants offense was 11 for 18 for 154 yards versus the Jets starting defense, including 9 straight completions, but no passes were over 10 yards down the field. Both coaches say they are not sure if the starters will play a lot in their preseason matchup on Saturday night. First of all, Aaron Rodgers is not playing Saturday night. So take that out of the conversation. He is not playing. You will not see Aaron Rodgers step on that field, knowing what happened last year, running on the field on Sunday night, right? It was Sunday Night Football?
Monday Night Football.
I'm sorry, Monday Night Football. I always mess that up, but it was Monday Night Football. It was the last game of the week, and he ran on the field, and in 4 plays, he was done with the season. So that's not going to happen. But I will say this. Sauce Gardner was not really out there, and he pretty much is telling you that he wasn't excited or watching what Daniel Jones was doing on the field, because he was pretty much throwing Daniel Jones to the dogs, to the wolves, because nobody thinks that Daniel Jones is any good. But it's a practice. And as you hear Allen Iverson say, practice? It's just practice. It's the same thing. You don't know what Daniel Jones is going to do in a game, and you don't. In a preseason game means absolutely nothing. It means nothing. So for anybody to come out there and say, well, they were 11 for 18, 154 yards. If he was 11 for 18, 154 yards, that was pretty good. Okay. 11 for 18, his completion percentage is pretty high, and 154 yards. Did he throw any interceptions? That's my question. The answer is no. He threw 2 interceptions in his last preseason game. So he's cutting those interceptions away. So, I mean, that's a good sign if you're a coach. But again, it's a practice. And I'm not going to throw Daniel Jones out there and say, hey, because he didn't look good in that preseason game or because he couldn't stay healthy for the last 2 years, he's not going to have a good season. I don't know what Daniel Jones is. But I also believe that the Giants didn't give him enough weapons going into his season. Malik Neighbors is a nice guy, but if teams know that Malik Neighbors is going to be the guy, what are they going to do? They're going to bring a safety under and play man-to-man. That's what they're going to do to Malik Neighbors. And these guys, as good as Malik Neighbors is, and he's sensational, like you said, Fish, he looks really good. He looked good in the preseason besides one drop. He looked fantastic. If you are playing against a good secondary like the Jets, what do you think the Jets are going to do? That's what I'm saying. And there are a lot of teams just as good, and maybe not as good as the Jets secondary, but just as good in so many different ways. I mean, the Texans, the Houston Texans, they have a very good secondary. They're very good. Stingley's pretty good. I mean, if you go back and you look at some of these teams, if I look at these defenses, Baltimore has a very good secondary. The Browns have a very good secondary. You're going to tell me that as good as Malik Neighbors is, that if you know that the only weapon you have on the field, and everybody said, well, what about Justin Jefferson? We don't know if Malik Neighbors is Justin Jefferson, okay? We have to see him do it in the big spots. Kenny, I do believe Malik Neighbors is great. And I think he's going to be a great player in this league for many, many years to come. But there's only one Justin Jefferson. There's only one. I don't want to hear it from anybody else. You heard Devontae Adams say it the other time. If you go on Netflix and you watch the wide receiver show, he said it. He says, I watch a lot of wide receivers in the league. He says, there's nobody like Justin Jefferson. Not even myself. That's high praise from a Hall of Famer. A guy that's going to the Hall of Fame. If he were retired today, Devontae Adams is a Hall of Famer. So, again, going back to a guy like Sauce Gardner. Sauce Gardner has always been outspoken on social media, and he loves to talk. He loves it. It's his favorite thing. When you think of Sauce, you think of his famous sauce for what is
Buffalo
it?
Wild
Buffalo Wild Wings, the sauce wings, or his famous sauce little, his chain.
Yeah.
or just him dancing around and prancing around on the floor, hearing skeet, 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 that stupid song. I mean, every time you see Sauce Gardner, I know Sauce Gardner for who he is as a personality. Those are the things that pop up in my head. Everybody's going to say, so you don't think he's a great... Sauce Gardner is the best corner in the NFL. Yeah. Hands down. I think he's the best corner in the NFL. So, of course, the press is going to go to him and say, what do you think about Daniel Jones? He's not going to throw Daniel Jones on the bus, but he pretty much did because he said he got distracted. How do you get distracted, ladies and gentlemen? How do you get distracted? Are you going to tell me right now when the press is talking to you, you're lost for words, you were looking at your phone, or you're putting up a tweet, you got distracted? They asked you a question, you couldn't even answer it. And then you said, he's a good quarterback. Good? These are things that you just read off of their faces, the way they respond to things. You know, Sauce has a love fest for Aaron Rodgers. Every time they ask him about Aaron Rodgers, he's got a smirk on his face, a smile on his face. He's got a love fest. I'm surprised that Sauce doesn't get on his hands and knees and give, Aaron Rodgers a nice little blowy. Speedy would like that, right? No, you wouldn't like watching Sauce Gardner give Aaron Rodgers a nice little... I'm just asking. I mean, it would be a good question. I don't know. Anyways, but, I mean, honestly, if you look at the situation right now, it doesn't bode well right now if you're a Giant fan because you have Sauce Gardner saying, or not even really standing up for the quarterback for who he is. And then him saying that he was distracted. I got distracted. So, and as far as Malik Neighbors is concerned, Malik knows that he's going to get his tangle with a lot of good corners in this league. He knows Sauce is one of the best in the league. He knows he's one of the longest. He knows he's very talented. He knows he has the opportunity to become one of the greatest, greatest corners to ever play in this game, as well as Malik Neighbors could be the same thing as Odell Beckham was when he came to the Giants. We have to see how this all works, but it is not bolding well right now, if you're a Giant fan, when you have opposing players practicing with your quarterback and not really giving him any respect on a football field. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, Fish.
You're muted, Fish.
Hard to argue, guys. Hard to argue. If you can't insult somebody because all you're doing is trying to think of nice things to say about him, and you can't think of any, and he's just like, yeah, he's good. That's pretty bad. That's like saying someone it looks nice. Like it's like telling your girlfriend, you look nice. That's not gonna cut it. That's not a good enough compliment.
You're wearing?
You're gonna get in the doghouse for that one.
Hey, that short skirt, that looks pretty good on you. I wonder how that would look on your pretty sister over there.
And it's sexual thing. Now, if you said that, they might like the attention. But if you go, oh yeah, it's nice, they're gonna be like, nice. What do you nice? What do you mean nice? You don't think this is hard? You think it's horrible? And that's what the argument's gonna do. That's the equivalent of what Sauce just did to Daniel Jones. And it's not even his fault. He shouldn't be being asked about it. It was just an average quarterback he was going against in practice at best. And he was doing dink and dunk because no one's dumb enough to try to throw against Sauce, really. And that's what happened. That's all it was. And Daniel Jones just catching strays from everybody this preseason. Just everybody is like raining on my parade as a Giants fan.
You're gonna sing "Raining Men"?
Happy.
You're gonna sing "It's Raining Men"? Speedy, you have it?
No, I'm not singing that right now. Jerel is in now. We don't need to. No, we don't need to embarrass that kind of thing.
I'd be willing to bet you can get Drew Lock to sing it for us because that dude loves singing on the sidelines.
Raining Men.
I don't know. He was doing some other rap songs, but look.
Could you imagine? Give me 5 quarterbacks before we get Jerel in. We're going to go to a sports minute, but I just want to give me 5 quarterbacks that would look funny just singing "It's Raining Men" together. 5 quarterbacks. It would be hilarious. I've got 5 of them right now in my head. Give me 5 of them.
First guy in my head is Roethlisberger. The first guy.
No. Guys that are in the NFL right now. I've got them right now in my head.
Well, Deshaun Watson came to my head first.
Deshaun Watson. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I think Zach Wilson would do it for the irony.
Why? Because of his prettiness?
Jimmy G for the irony, too.
How about Joe Burrow with his haircut? He's like the lead singer in that group.
you can make like a Backstreet Boys out of it or an NSYNC.
Oh my God, Joe Burrow. How about Kirk Cousins? Do you remember? Yeah, have you ever heard him sing? That's hilarious.
It's not great.
That is hilarious. I mean, could you imagine him singing in a boy band? Oh my God.
Jerel says in the private chat he approves of the Kirk Cousins.
I'll throw the hell up if I heard Kirk Cousins singing a boy band. I mean, by the way, his woman dresses him. Him and his flannels and all that other stuff that he wears. But that's a whole nother story.
Cole's Cash, man. Cole's Cash chain.
Jerel will be the backup singer. Anyways, when we come back, we will be talking to former Packers, Bills, and Buccaneers defensive lineman Jerel Worthy. He's been waiting patiently, but first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
No further introduction. As everybody knows, this is Tommy Scoops with the Loudmouth Sports Minute. And getting into an NFL-heavy report here, Rams QB Matthew Stafford says he is ready to go. After not playing in the preseason and being limited in this year's practice, Stafford said he is ready to play season opener against former team, the Detroit Lions. In other NFL news, Falcons announced that they are releasing return specialist Jakeem Grant. The veteran kick returner was just acquired and placed on injured reserve earlier this month, and Grant will now be released on an injury settlement. Lastly, the 49ers are announcing that they are re-signing tight end Logan Thomas. Thomas, who was actually cut by the team a few weeks ago, is actually signing a new contract earlier today. The team also announced that they are waiving injured safety Taylor Hawkins. Now going to Scoops' scores over in the MLB. Right now, the Reds and Pirates are currently tied at 0 apiece, while the Blue Jays are up big 5-0 at the bottom of the second inning. Astros and Orioles are also tied up at 0 apiece at the bottom of the third, while the Phillies and Braves are also tied up with 1 run on the board, heading into the bottom of the third. That is all the time I have for you guys right now. I'm kicking it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Willie Whoppers, Speedy. Willie Whoppers.
Do you bang the meat? How thick do you like the meat?
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Darryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey, remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out all our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I'm not going to get into the Bovada thing because I want this guy to get on. I know he's been very, very busy. He's been training, he's been teaching, he's been coaching, and he's definitely not hanging out with Speedy in the closet. We are now talking to former Packers and Bills, Buccaneers defensive lineman Jerel Worthy. Jerel, what's up, buddy?
Man, what's going on, guys? Super excited to be out here at the show. As you guys can see and hear, I'm at the youth parks tonight, so I'm out here inspiring the youth, man. Very, very excited to be appearing again on your guys' show, man. So I appreciate you guys for having me out.
Well, we love you. We always loved you. Every time you've come on a show, you showed us so much respect, and your background with the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers has always been something that a lot of people would look at and try to, all the different people that we've had on the show, we go in and we try to figure out what type of player that the Jets were going to bring in. And we didn't get a chance to see him last year because he was out within 4 plays. You're going into the season this year. He's bigger than he's ever been. He's got more talent around him than he's ever had. This defense could be the best defense he's ever played with. And the last time he had a defense this good, they won a Super Bowl in 2010. What do you think the expectations is for the New York Jets if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy?
Well, honestly,
did we lose him? I think he froze. We had him, and then he froze. He is froze. So, Speedy, you know what you do? Get him on the phone. Tell him to mute himself, and we can put him on the phone. And that's the way I would do it. You have his phone number? Let's get him on the phone. But before we get him on the show, I'm sorry, Jerel Worthy. He's a little frozen right now. Hopefully we can get him on the phone so we can get him. Back to let's get obviously Fish back in and his thoughts with the Giants because we didn't get a chance to finish it. But going back to what you were saying about the Giants, where we had some complications with Jerel.
Yeah, just quickly, guys. The Giants are in this situation where it can either all fall apart or it can grow a little bit. Nobody's thinking they're a playoff team. If they do, it's not going to be as successful as maybe winning a playoff game against getting lucky against that Vikings team with Kirk Cousins we mentioned a little bit earlier ago. We remember that season that the Giants had a pretty good schedule, and then the Vikings actually had one of the outlier seasons in the last decade or so where they're supposed to win, according to the Pythagorean theorem, all that stuff with the advanced metrics. They're supposed to win like 4 or 5 games less than they actually did that year. So beating them might not be as much of an accomplishment as Giants fans like myself wanted it to be.
Sorry, put it up. He gave you the number. Do it. I agree with you. I think what Malik Neighbors was trying to say with the defense and the way the Jets defense is that they're just that much better than the Giants offense. But again, when you only have one weapon, and again, losing Saquon Barkley is going to affect the Giants.
I think we have him.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you, man. I'm sorry we lost you. But
man, look, don't be sorry, bro. We're just out at the parks right now, man. It's a little bit hectic. Everybody's, all over the place, but I wanted to tap in, man, and just kind of get back to the question at hand. But it's really for the Jets. Obviously, it's going to be the health and safety of Aaron Rodgers. That's going to be the pivotal thing for their team. But realistically, it's just going to be the play calling. Getting the ball out quickly, play action pass, utilizing the run game. I know they signed a couple veteran offensive linemen, so everything is going to come down to the protection of Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he doesn't have to be the Aaron Rodgers of old, but he just has to be efficient and effective. And honestly, get the ball out of his hands, get the ball to your playmakers, and it should be a very successful but boring year for him.
So I was going to ask about the Packers' current quarterback, Jordan Love. He had a great rookie season. Second half of the season was one of the best quarterbacks in the league. What are your thoughts to the way he played for Green Bay?
Honestly, I think, they did a very, very great job at managing expectations for him. When he first started the season, guys knew about his ability internally within the Packers organization. But honestly, the world was waiting to see Jordan Love, really step onto the scene and take command of, the Packers offense. I mean, this is something that hasn't, I would say, transitioning to a new Packers quarterback. Obviously it's happened, twice in the last 20, 30 years, realistically. So, he's stepping into a big role. And I honestly think he did well last year. I think as far as just, playing the game, letting the game flow, and just putting his skill players in a position to make plays. Like he's got, a couple of my old buddies on the team, Jaden Reed, Michigan State Dogs. So it's good to see him out there, making plays.
Speaking of the NFC and even of the Packers, they're in a division right now with the Lions. The Lions are a very talented team. They're loaded from top to bottom. They added the secondary help that they absolutely needed in the draft, and they brought some veterans in as well. What were your thoughts to the Lions' success last year, and what type of season do you expect the Lions to have this year under Campbell's helm once again?
Well, I mean, if they're living up to expectations, I expect them to take another step forward. I mean, you're talking about a very exciting NFC North at this point in time right now. You talk about Chicago, they're going to be improved. You talked about how Caleb Williams, everyone saw how well he did throughout the preseason, and whether or not the plays that he was able to make in college can transition over to the NFL. And obviously we see that it can. I think, they're going to be an exciting team to watch. So, the expectations are for Detroit to really, I would say, take the step in the next direction.
Super Bowl?
I
mean, they were in the NFC title game, so
that's the thing, though. But the understanding is this, man. The NFC is going to be highly competitive. A lot of sleeper teams in which didn't have an opportunity to emerge last year. Seattle's going to be better. LA's going to be the Rams are going to be much improved. You can't sleep on the Bears within their own division. Green Bay's going to be taking another step forward. I think they're going to be a very exciting team. There could be an opportunity to where we see 3 playoff teams coming out of the NFC North, just based off of the quality of play and teams that they have competing this year. So I wouldn't necessarily go as far as saying a Super Bowl, but I mean, they could find themselves right back in the NFC Championship again this year.
So one of the big storylines has been the 18-game season for the NFL. A lot of players trying to petition for more benefits, but the 2 preseason games and just an 18-game season. What are your thoughts to that?
I mean, me personally, I love playing football, and I think at the end of the day, removing 1 preseason game and adding another NFL game and opportunity to really prove yourself on a bigger stage is for guys like myself that have been in the game for quite some time, like we actually enjoy having something that increases the stakes for us. I think the biggest thing that has to come along with that is when you're talking about removing the mindset from preseason and adding an extra week towards the season, there's a lot more that goes into preparation for an NFL player on the game week compared to preseason. If you have stars and stuff that understand that they're not going to be out there playing but a snap or a series, that's way different than your preparation when you're going to be out there for at least another 3.5 hours with an NFL game. And so the benefits has to come along with the added play that they're putting in for the schedule. But I think guys are pretty excited about that, man. I mean, preseason is something where unless you're on the bubble trying to make a team, majority of the teams are essentially set, or in regards to the 1 or 2 deep. There's guys that are on the bubble that are proving themselves, and there's veterans that are coming in trying to show coaches and GMs that they still have enough in the tank to contribute positively to a football team. So I'm all for the transition from preseason to an 18-game schedule, because honestly, man, the way that the NFL's been looking over the last couple of years, it's been a very, very exciting thing to be a part of.
We are talking to former Packers, Bills, Buccaneers defensive lineman, our friend Jerel Worthy. He's been on a show before. Very good personality. There's another guy that's always in the tabloids right now in the NFL, especially this offseason. He goes to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's only paying him $2 million or whatever, $1.5 million. The Broncos are paying him $200 million to get him out of town. And now you're hearing stories that nobody in the NFL really likes this guy. Now, I don't know him personally, but we know he's married to a superstar in Sierra. And he's a guy that obviously thinks he's bigger than the game or thinks that he's bigger than any team he's played for. What are your thoughts of some of the stories that you've heard from Marshawn Lynch to some of the defensive players that he's played with or offensive players, and even the Broncos, when Sean Payton was up there talking to the press before the season was last year, saying that he's my quarterback, and then really throughout the season throwing his quarterback under the bus, maybe because he didn't like him. So what are your thoughts to Russell Wilson? What have you heard about him? Do you really think he's that bad of a guy?
No, I mean, I honestly, me and Russ are in the same draft class. He's had the blessings to be able to continue to keep, his playing career going. But I've had an opportunity to know Russ since all the way back in our Big Ten days, and I can tell you he's a stand-up guy, very classy. He's a fan of the game and respects the process of football. And I think, obviously, there's some things that took a turn in Seattle. I think that wasn't necessarily his fault. I think obviously if the coach just literally runs the ball down the middle of the field, this is a totally different conversation that we're having. So, it sucks that he threw that interception in the Super Bowl that kind of, changed the narrative of his career. But, when you talk about a guy that's, won the Big Ten championship, he beat us in that Big Ten championship. They go win the Rose Bowl. He's an underdog coming into the NFL and had an opportunity to go out and be a starter for a franchise and ultimately win them the Super Bowl. I think, people kind of overlook, what he was able to bring to that table. Yes, they had a phenomenal defense, but also at the same time, man, they still had to get the ball to the playmakers on time. And, you really can't discredit, Russ for what he was able to bring to the table during those times. I mean, I've been on the bad side of a Big Ten championship against Russ. I think my rookie or second year, I was a part of the fail Mary out there when they beat us, when Green Bay and Seattle beat us. So, I mean, I've been a part of a few different debacles when it comes to competing against Russ. But as far as the athlete, the man, the person, he's an upstanding gentleman, man. And I think, he's starting to get a little bit of the short end of the stick. You guys got to also understand the world handed him, all of, when he was going through, having success out there in Seattle. I mean, he got the world handed to him for a short period of time. I mean, the Legion of Boom, Marshawn Lynch, I mean, they literally couldn't move without, somebody knowing about it. So I think at the end of the day, you got to take everything that, he's went through with a grain of salt and just understand the man before you kind of, make those, assumptions and things of that nature. Cause I think he's a hell of a competitor, and really just a good person overall. Now, what he brings to the table, and obviously, outside noise, he's dating a superstar, R&B singer in Sierra and things of that nature. Obviously, there's going to be some things that kind of come to the locker room that could, throw some rifts in there. But I think at the end of the day, overall, he means well. He's a good person, and there's some things that are kind of falsely portrayed when it comes to Russell.
Very well said. Very interesting. I didn't think I was going to hear something like that, but thank you, Jerel. I really like that.
So before I ask my question, I just want to make an announcement to the fans. Tim Hardaway will be coming on after this interview with Jerel. He'll be coming on around 9. So Jerel, I want to ask about another former Packer, Devontae Adams. He's been in a lot of trade rumors this offseason, mainly with the Jets, but he's had some mixed reviews on the Raiders. Do you think he gets traded? Do you think the Raiders should trade him?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's going to be a tough decision, man. I mean, the Raiders are going to be in the market for a quarterback no matter what. And I know, it's tough knowing the competitor that Devontae is. It's going to be tough to watch him go through another tough year. He's, at the end of the day, the money is nice. Las Vegas is nice. It's a beautiful place to be a part of. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're getting paid millions of dollars to get your head beat in. And I think at the end of the day, Gardner Minshew, from the reports that I've read this offseason, he struggled. Aiden O'Connell has struggled. And Devontae Adams is used to playing with an alpha dog. I think some of the leadership can only go so far in the locker room. At the end of the day, when you get to the level and the point of his career, you want to win. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up as a trade target if the Raiders start to stumble out the first five games of the year. In most cases, I think, with the NFL season, I think you give it around the first 5 games to determine whether or not, you guys are going to be actually, competitive for the year. And if they stumble out, 1-4, 2-3, or even, if you take it to 6 games that matter, they start 2-4, I think you'll start to see him, pop up a little bit more in those trade talks, just because you got to get some type of value out of him at this point in time in his career.
Jerel, there's a lot of personalities in the NFL, and one of them is Tyreek Hill. And Tyreek Hill likes to speak. We all know that. He likes to, have his introductions felt, not only as the cheetah, as he calls himself, in his secondary or third dairy type of player. I don't know, whatever he calls himself. But he said something very interesting. He was interviewed at one of his practices, and Noah Lyles said something about, NFL players winning a world championship and saying that they're not world champions. And then obviously Tyreek Hill came out and said, what does he know about world championships? He barely won his world championship, and he didn't even win, which he did. He was the fastest man in the world, but he said he could go out there and he can outrun Noah Lyles. What were your thoughts when you heard Tyreek Hill come out, pretty much throw, Noah Lyles to the wolves the way he did, and then all of a sudden said, I can go out there and beat him in a race any day, anytime?
Man, I love Tariq's confidence. I think, I personally think he has an opportunity to put on a great show against Noah Lyles. I think the ultimate thing about Noah is that it's not really necessarily the start. I mean, Tariq is going to have a phenomenal start. I think it's really the midway part through 100 meters where Noah seems to just, walk some of the fastest men alive or on this planet down to win a gold medal. So I think that's going to be a tough task for a guy like Tariq, who essentially, if you're not practicing and that's not your craft every day, it's going to be tough to just kind of walk in there and dominate an Olympic gold medalist like that. But I do give him a shot. If it's anything, 50, 60 meters and under, I think I give him an opportunity. But if he starts to stretch that 100, especially that 200 meter, then, he's going to be in for a tough day against Noah. Now, I think Noah just goes through a situation where, yes, you compete against a lot of the world champions. You're on a big stage. You have an opportunity to win gold. You have an opportunity to showcase how great you are. But I think at the end of the day, some of the comments that he's made, especially about, world champions and, things of that nature. You got to do a lot of educating, man, before you just really run around and try to make those types of comments, because, essentially, the United States has some of the best athletes, in the world, some of the, especially especially in the NFL and the NBA. And so I just, I kind of stand with my NBA and NFL brothers that kind of they were out rooting against him a little bit, and I personally didn't want to see him lose. When it came down to the 100 and 200, just because it's something that hasn't been captured since 2002 or 2004 or something like that. So anytime you get a chance to make history, I'm always rooting for the guy. I think really it's the post event, post track meet, or anything you want to throw out there that's where the comments are just kind of rubbing everybody the wrong way. And so I give Tariq Hill, man, an opportunity in that 50, 60 meters. I think he's a hell of an athlete. I played against him quite a bit of times, and he's definitely a difference maker. It's just, for me, it's hard to knock off my man's a gold medalist in the 100 meter dash. Obviously, COVID or no COVID, he still, took top 3 in the world in the 200. And I think, that's just going to be a tough competition to knock off.
So Tom Brady had some interesting comments at the beginning of the week. He was saying rookie quarterbacks should never start. So you, as somebody that's been coaching, you run the Metro 7 program. What are your thoughts to the youth development of these quarterbacks at different levels and Tom Brady's comments overall?
I definitely think that, where the game is going, the type of talent that's coming into the league, especially at the quarterback position, man, people don't understand, these kids are getting trained nowadays, starting at 10 years old, 12 years old. To be honest with you, we have a kid that's on our Metro 7 team right now named Cash Smith. He's 10 years old. This dude has almost 100,000 followers on social media. So that you have to also understand, these people are, there's families and there's young men out here that are tailored towards being, elite at that position. And that's obviously the one position, like, you know, like being a point guard or shooting guard in the NBA or you know, or WNBA, like it takes repetition and it's something that you got to practice every single day. And so you start to see the amount of talent that's coming into the college football. You see the amount of talent that's coming into the NFL. You see all of the money and the financial support that goes into getting the right quarterback for your university or school. At the end of the day, man, if you have a guy that can, you know, take 5 janitors and win a game like how Tom Brady is, like, then I think I don't necessarily care what the age is, man. You gotta put him out there. I think Caleb Williams is gonna fit the mold, and he's gonna be one of those guys who can literally take somebody out the front office and put him out there in the slot, and he'll get 100 yards receiving. You know what I'm saying? Just based off of, you know, how Caleb Williams approaches the game. A guy like Jaden Daniels. I'm interested to see the quarterback battle that's going to be taking place in New England. I know that they drafted high with Drake May, but I think that, you know, Joe Milton is going to be somebody that's going to, you know, I don't think he's going to go quietly into the night just based off of, you know, the athleticism that he brings to the table. And realistically, you know, I mean, even though Daniel Jones struggled to come out, I would say at the end of the day, when he first started with the Giants, you still can't argue they were winning games, and, you know, they ended up in the playoffs at one point. So, I mean, at the end of the day, man, like, you know, even though there's guys,
preach, baby, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, they're guys. I mean, like I'm saying, everybody's not Tom Brady, and I think Tom Brady should have a little bit more respect to the grind and the process, because obviously he didn't come into the league being that, you know, that knight in shining armor is something that he had to earn and work hard in order to get that title, the GOAT. And so, I mean, all of our greatest players, Michael Jordan included, nobody really came into the league just being just an animal right out the gate. They had to learn the process and learn how everything works. And I think the league is in better hands, man, with a lot of these quarterbacks that are coming into the fold. There's a little bit more pro style. I mean, a little bit more spread offensive, you know, teachings for these quarterbacks that doesn't necessarily translate right away to the NFL, because it's still going to be a little bit more of a pro style league between run and play action pass. But, you know, I think the sky's the limit for the arm talent, the ability to escape the pocket and make plays, man. There's so many guys that are coming into the league, young guys that can do that. And as long as it's translating into wins, I'm all for it.
Very well said. I mean, we've had you on the show many, many times, and I know you're very outspoken and you give such good really good interviews. But your thoughts to all these, you know, opinions, and very well said. I agree with everything that you said. I don't know Russell Wilson personally. You do, so maybe there's something we don't know about Russell Wilson. There's something, and by the way, we are talking to former Packers, Bills, and Buccaneers defensive lineman Jerel Worthy. Last question for me, Jerel, because I know you're a busy guy. You look at the NFL and you look at all these new rules, and the NFL is trying to make the game more fun to watch, and for some of these youngsters to really want to be the next superstar, the next wide receiver, the next quarterback, the next cornerback that's making $45 million, or quarterback that's going to make $1 billion in the future. What stands out of all the new rules and all the different things that you've seen since you haven't been in the game that you like, and what has stood out that you don't like?
Well, obviously the overtime rule, the rule change, I think that's awesome, you know, because it really just extends good football play, gives guys another opportunity to make plays. I'm not necessarily a fan of the kickoff rule, although there's been some really exciting kickoff returns thus far, you know, up to this point. But I mean, obviously, I grew up in the, you know, the Devin Hester era, the, you know, Dante Hall era. Like, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, like, I mean, those guys made it happen with, you know,
nothing,
with, you know, in a phone booth, you know what I mean? So I think, you know, I mean, I think at the end of the day, you know, they're trying some new innovative things, but I mean, it's hard to ignore, man. You know, you got guys on that opening kickoff, first game of the year, a playoff kickoff, you know, a rival kickoff, and now we're lining up 10, 15 yards from each other and waiting for the guy to catch the ball. I mean, it's taking all masculinity out of that phase of the game, and that's kind of the, you know, if that's the case, you might as well, you know, do punt like the same way too. I mean, I think at the end of the day, if you're going, you know what I mean, like just one of the most exciting plays of football, man. If you're talking about one play in the game that where everybody's camera is snapping, it's the kickoff. And so I think at the end of the day, you're just, you know, eliminating, you know, some lights, camera, action, just thinking that you're going to supplement, you know, injuries. Guys are going to get hurt regardless. If you play scared, you're going to get hurt. Like if you're going out there and you're being aggressive, you have less likely a chance of being hurt than a guy that's more tense and timid. So I think at the end of the day, these rule changes are just doing nothing but creating more self-doubt for players in the league. They're questioning more. They're questioning how they can be better at their craft without, you know, essentially hurting themselves or getting fined.
You say lights, camera, action. You sure it wasn't Aaron Rodgers running on the field with the lights shining on him with the American flag looking like Captain America last year?
Dude, how fucking, like, how dope was that? And then all of a sudden he just like a blown tire, just it was like crazy, bro. I mean, and I'm talking about he had all of America looking at him at that point. And then all of a sudden just wham, in 7 seconds the whole game changed. And so the whole season changed for that, rather.
Oh God.
So I'm so excited to see him out there, because I'm telling you guys, like, you know, obviously competing with him in Green Bay, he's something special. You see all the clips from, you know, the Jets practices and the way he's able to put place the football and, you know, put it to where only his receiver has an opportunity. I think he's got something to prove this year, man. You got to realize, man, like, you know, Patty Mahomes and all of those, you know, Josh Allen's and things like, they're falling off the tree of Aaron Rodgers. When you talk about the way he delivers the football, the way that they, you know, operate in the pocket, I mean, just even the release of their football in general, I think it's, you know, it's something that, you know, they try to mimic, man. I mean, it's like Steph Curry in the NBA, bro. It's hard. Yeah, like people don't necessarily realize how talented of an arm he has.
You were perfect until you mentioned Steph Curry.
Man, look, I try to make sure that everybody knows at all levels. And when I try to make my comparisons, I try to keep everybody, you know, informed.
Well, we love you, man. Keep up the good work. And by the way, congratulations on all your success with your youth football league and your podcast right now. It's doing pretty well. Cut the check. So I would love to come on your podcast and go back and forth. So anytime, man, I would love.
We gotta get some stuff set up, man.
Absolutely.
I'm definitely interested to get you guys on there, man. And you know, we'll talk a little stuff.
All right, man. Well, you're pretty damn good, so I can't lie to you. So
look, it's all about the company you keep, man. You guys are good guys.
Well, thank you, and so are you. And keep up the good work. And you better win this year, because you don't want me to come out there and you know, teach these kids a thing or two. You know, I'll be like one of those. What was that movie? Like, no, Peyton Manning. You know, he's throwing the football. I'll go out there the Saturday Night Live.
Like the commercials where you got the kids and then they just suck and oh man,
he throws the football at their head. Get out of the damn way. Jerel Worthy.
I'll definitely save a spot for you guys.
Absolutely. We would love to, man. We'd love to join you on your podcast, and keep up the good work, buddy. And we'll talk to you soon, my friend.
Man, you guys have a great night, man. Thank you guys again for having me on the show.
Absolutely. Jerel Worthy, he's fantastic. A great interview. He's great. He's really, really good.
Carl says, come on, Jerel. Michigan State and the Packers. Horrible match with Michigan. I love a Bears fan over there. Oh, Carl, not everyone can cater to your team's needs.
I love Jerel, and we've had him on the show quite a few times, and his interviews are fantastic, and his insight and his thoughts to everything that he said was, you know, from the heart, and understanding the type of player that he was, because you have to be a smart player if you're going to succeed in the NFL. And some of these guys, obviously, they don't really want to speak up and speak up their feelings. You heard what he said about Russell Wilson. I don't know Russell Wilson. He knows Russell Wilson. So my thoughts to Russell Wilson could be different now, because maybe people are misjudging him, misjudging who he is off the field, and maybe just hearing it from players that just didn't like him because he at one point was the face of the Seattle Seahawks, and nobody was really giving the defense all the credit, and they were giving him, because he's the quarterback, more of the credit, was the reason why everybody was taking shots at him. So I don't know. I don't know the truth. Jerel pretty much said you can't judge somebody by what you hear. You got to know him, and you got to get to know him to understand the type of player that he is. So I'm interested. I would love to get Russell Wilson on this show because I would love to know his opinion towards what everybody has said behind his back, and what he would say to those guys if he was, straightforward right in front of Marshawn Lynch's face and getting into a conversation about the past and why they don't like each other. Because I don't think Marshawn Lynch is lying about some of the things that he has said, but I also don't believe that Russell Wilson is as bad as everybody says he is, because look at the size of the guy. I mean, are you really scared of Russell Wilson? I mean, he's 6 foot at best. I mean, seriously. So I don't know why everybody hates him so much. And maybe it's because he does think in many different ways. He's married to a superstar and that he's still the player he was in Seattle. I don't know, and maybe he does become that again. Maybe he does. Maybe he generates himself to that superstar player he was once when he was in Seattle, or at some point of his career. So I don't know, but
his peak years were really like the 5 last years in Seattle before he had those that finger injury.
The thumb injury, which is throwing arm, which has affected him. It has affected him.
Yeah. So, Aaron Donald's coming down on your helmet with his helmet on. That is not ideal circumstances.
No, I remember that.
Thursday night. Yeah.
Thursday night football. I remember that. And he was pulled out and he couldn't grip the ball. And then they said he was out. He was going to be out a significant amount of time. And then he was out for practically the season. So, I mean, obviously you can't judge a book by its cover. That's what he is telling you. But sometimes when you see the book and you don't need to look at anything but the cover, you wonder if the cover is all you want to see. Is that better for you? That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good layout right there. What do you think, Scoops? I think it's a good layout.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's. Hey, listen,
Russell Wilson onion.
Would you eat
to it?
I want to ask you a question, Speedy. If I had an onion, a red onion right now, would you eat it like an apple?
No.
Why?
I don't like red onions.
I don't like it either. But do you dare me to do it?
No.
I think I'm going to do it.
I wouldn't put that.
I think I'm going to do it on this show. I think that's a dare. What do you guys think? I don't know if I'm going to be able to eat it, but I'll try. And my nose will probably burst and I'll probably have no sinuses. It'll probably open up my sinuses. I don't know. Well, listen, the Guinness Book of World Records still owes me a record. I mean, banging on my balls for 10 minutes is more than enough for me. I mean, seriously. I mean, that was a sensation that I'll never want to explain ever again. Let me tell you. I mean, seriously. You could be, I don't know. I'm going to say this because I don't think people understand how much that burnt. It felt like my genitals was on a heater. Okay. That's what it felt like. It felt like it was in an oven. Okay. That's what it felt like. Speedy, do you understand what that feels like? No. What do you mean you don't understand? I don't. Well, do you want to feel it? No. Why?
I don't care.
I do. I care. I care if you care. I mean, we're a team, right? Why don't we all do it? Why don't we all put Bengay on our balls? Speedy, you got to rub everybody's.
No.
I mean, seriously, we can use icicles and, we can, that's what I should have done. When I had that Bengay, I should have put ice in my pants. That would have, cool, that would have been icy hot, I don't know, but we're still waiting for Timmy Hardaway. I mean, is he coming on, Speedy? What's going on here?
He was having an issue with the link.
All right, so send the leak again. I mean, come on. What's going on with Speedy?
I was trying to do that, but I got distracted by genital crap.
Well, it's not crap. It's part of life, I mean, obviously. DeSean Jackson told Fox Sports that he thinks that the relationship with Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh is shaky. He added that Aaron Rodgers should just focus on the offense and Robert Saleh should just focus on the defense. He believes that Robert Saleh should keep his thoughts about Aaron Rodgers missing mandatory minicamps to himself, and he should respect Aaron Rodgers more. Robert Saleh previously called the Jets offense the best Jets offense he's ever coached, and Aaron Rodgers' arm is as good as he was when he was 30 years old. Saleh called the Jets offense the best offense he's ever coached, even with San Francisco. Jackson said he still believes that Rodgers to have a big numbers, even at 40 years old this season, but has his doubts with Robert Saleh. I have my doubts with Robert Saleh. I think everybody and their mother knows I can't stand Robert, a.k.a. I'm going to take receipts, Mr. Saleh. But I will say this, for all the fans out there sitting here and trying to wonder what Aaron Rodgers is going to do this year. We don't know, because we don't know if he's going to stay healthy. But we do know that this is the best offense he's ever had, the best defense he's ever had, and really all-around team he's ever had. DeSean Jackson coming out and speaking up and saying that Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh's, relationship is shaky. How would he know? Is he friends with Aaron Rodgers? And maybe he's hanging out at Robert Saleh's house in his bathroom, or maybe his closet with Speedy. I don't know. But nevertheless, I don't know how DeSean Jackson believes that these guys are shaky. Now, again, what we saw on Hard Knocks shows me that Robert Saleh is not the coach of this team. Aaron Rodgers is. And it seems like Aaron Rodgers runs this team and his organization now. But I also believe that him and Nathaniel Hackett are a little shaky as well, because he didn't like how Nathaniel Hackett was coaching Zach Wilson in the middle of the season. And that's why he was on a sideline, and you could see his faces that he was making, because let's be honest, Zach Wilson is not Aaron Rodgers. But also, DeSean Jackson is trying to sell himself. He's obviously, he's an analyst now. He wants to speak up. He wants to speak for Aaron Rodgers. I think he is right that Robert Saleh should not be speaking for Aaron. And I think Robert Saleh should not only stick to defense. You're the head coach of this team. It didn't work for Rex Ryan here. If you cannot coach the offense, you're never going to be successful here in the NFL. You need to know on all facets how to coach the offensive side of the ball, the defensive side of the ball, and special teams side of the ball. And you need to be there when it comes to, obviously, offset practices, or even sitting in an office or a room looking at all different offices or different defenses and explaining what you see as a defensive-minded coach as much as what you see as an offensive tight end that you were when you played college football. I think that, obviously, him coming out and saying this is the best offense, yeah, obviously it is. I mean, even with the San Francisco 49ers, he did have some good players. Deebo Samuel, he did have Ayuk there early in his career. He didn't have, obviously, McCaffrey over there, but he had players of that magnitude. So, again, there is thoughts that when you look at and trying to compare the Jets team to the San Francisco 49ers offense in that year, that this is the best team. But again, there is no comparison to Aaron Rodgers and, I don't know, Jimmy Garoppolo. So there is no comparison. Jimmy Garoppolo is not a Hall of Famer. Aaron Rodgers right now could walk his way into the Hall of Fame. So DeSean Jackson coming out and saying that this relationship is shaky, maybe it could be true. But I want to know, how does he know? Does he hang out in Robert Saleh's underwear? Does he hang out as, does he have like an office, microphone in, one of the Jets' offices, or maybe Aaron Rodgers' locker and getting information from Aaron Rodgers' locker. Or maybe they're hanging out in the showers. I don't know what the hell or how this is coming out that he believes that it's shaky. All I do know is that in the beginning of the season, they have to play 3 games in 10 days. 3 games. They could be 0-3. They could be 3-0. They could be 1-2. They could be 2-1. I mean, it could go in many different ways. If it goes 1-2 or 0-3, Robert Saleh not only is going to be on the hot seat, Aaron Rodgers, you're going to hear things coming out from the Jets locker room that Aaron Rodgers doesn't want Robert Saleh there. And Robert Saleh thinks that Aaron Rodgers is a personality that he can't control. This is what happens in professional sports. And when we get Tim Hardaway on, he knows all about personalities, okay? It's all about personalities. It's egos. And when you have a superstar player like Aaron Rodgers out there and speaking not only for himself but for the team, and he's hanging out or he's not showing up to mini camps, hey, listen, he could do it. He could do whatever he wants as long as he shows up on the field and he plays well and not go down after 4 plays. If I were the Jets right now, I would try to keep this conversation that DeSean Jackson's bringing up, or even half these analysts are trying to find ways to throw the Jets under the bus, because over the years, we all know about clown organizations. Hey, I'm a Knicks fan. We all know about clown organizations. Finally, the Knicks have it right. So hopefully they have it right with the players that they have there. But, I mean, with Julius Randle, I don't know. But, again, that's a whole nother story. But the back with Aaron Rodgers, I think that the Jets have been a clown organization for such a long time. And they've had so many different quarterbacks and so many different GMs and so many different coaches. You wonder if this is going to fall apart very, very fast. And if it does, ladies and gentlemen, not only is DeSean Jackson going to be right, everybody that thought that Aaron Rodgers coming to the Jets was going to bring a Super Bowl home to the New York Jets will be probably laughed at, because this is an organization that has been nothing but shaky, nothing but stupid, and nothing but a circus of an organization where nobody can control their coaches, nobody can control their players, and nobody can control their quarterback.
Before we get Tim on, I just want to say, Tim, it sounded like he was laughing at your Knicks comments.
But it's true. It's true. I mean, we'll get him on. He knows about the Knicks. I mean, in the 90s, the Knicks were great. I mean, it was back and forth. They had Patrick Ewing. They had guys like Charles Oakley that didn't give a crap, and even Charles Smith, who couldn't hit a layup, or even John Stark, who couldn't hit a three-point shot in Game 7. Let's get to it, John. I know you, John, and I love you, and you like to smoke your cigars, but please don't go out there at a Knick game, in a playoff game, and try to give pointers to Jalen Brunson when you couldn't give pointers to yourself. Just speaking the truth, ladies and gentlemen. I just speak the truth. Hate me or love me, as a Knicks fan, I tell you how it is. Now, when we come back, we're going to go to a sports minute. He's here, ladies and gentlemen. We've had him on the show before. Growing up, I wasn't a big fan of his, but when we've had him on the show, this man knows basketball just as much as anybody. This is one of the greatest point guards to ever play the game, and one of the most hated one of the most hated Knick players I've ever, as a Knick fan, I've hated, okay, over the years. But I've grown to love him. We will have Tim Hardaway on the show. Hall of Famer Tim Hardaway. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
Well, all right. I am Tommy Scoops, bringing you another Loudmouth Sports Minute. And jumping into some NFL, the Chiefs announced that they are signing all-pro center Creed Humphrey to an extension. Humphrey's contract is worth 4 years, worth $72 million, with $50 million guaranteed. Other NFL news, Vikings backup QB Jaron Hall is set to start for the final preseason game for the team. Head coach Kevin O'Connell says Hall will start the final game this weekend over Sam Darnold and Nick Mullins. Lastly, finishing off with some track and field, Olympic track stars Noah Lyles and Gabby Thomas is set to be featured on Netflix docuseries. The series, called Sprint, will return for a second season and will be showcasing Lyles and Thomas's 2024 Olympic gold journey run. Now it's time for Scoops to Scores, where I'm going to tell you the MLB scores right now, and the Reds and Pirates are still tied up with 0 on the board at the bottom of the 5th. The Blue Jays still have a 5-0 lead over the Angels, while the Astros and Orioles are currently still tied up at 0 apiece. The Phillies and Braves are currently tied up right now, still have 1 run, and that is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. Kicking it back to the boys for the continuation of the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Oh, I won't. Stop! Do you bend the meat? You like powder on your donuts? Have you ever seen it fly?
May rest in peace. Stop. Drop. Speedy gonna get smacked. Ho ho. Ho ho. Smack him in the ass with a... I'm gonna get myself into trouble. You are listening to the Sports Loudmouth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I am not a rapper, ladies and gentlemen. I am a DJ, but I am not a rapper, so don't quote me on that. DJ Premier, eat your heart out. Anyways, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy PD every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he's here. He's back. Maybe he's a little lost. Maybe he was hiding. I don't know, but he's here, and he's dribbling the ball right to the camera. We're now talking to Hall of Famer point guard Tim Hardaway. Timmy, what's up, buddy?
Nothing, man. How y'all doing?
You looking good, as always. You look the same as you did in the 90s and the 80s. I mean, man, I can't lie to you, man. I mean, you could probably play basketball still. I'm not going to quote myself, but you probably could.
No, I turned 58 in 1 week. So, no, I'm not going to be playing any basketball anytime soon. But, I mean, the Jets got you round up, huh? They got you rallied up, huh?
Oh, my God. Tim, if you listen to this show, and you should, I get rounded. I don't get wowed up. I get rounded up with everything that I speak about, because with me, I speak the truth. A lot of people hide behind the cameras, or they have their own thoughts and they spit out crap. I spit out truth. And what I see is what I see. And I'm not going to lie about it for any of the Jet fans. And I'm a Jet fan. And I wear my Jets hat proudly. I wear my Jets jerseys proudly. But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the Jets are going to win the Super Bowl. The Jets are going to do this and the Jets are going to do that. When we all know over the years, the Jets have good rosters, good teams, and sometimes we could say they're somewhat good quarterbacks, and they fall completely apart. A.K.A. Aaron Rodgers in 4 plays on Monday Night Football, which ended the season.
Well, I mean, yeah, injuries, man, injuries. You can't, like get mad at him because he got injured. Injuries are part of the game, and that was very unfortunate. I've been there before when I had an ACL injury, and you out for a whole season, and you watching your team, and you can't do nothing about it, and it's just tough. It's just really, really tough for you to deal with that. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to come in and he got to prove himself again. You know, he got to prove himself. He got to go out there and make this team win. But all this all this little he say, all that type of stuff. Yeah, you got to. I don't know where that's coming from, but the team has to become a team, and they have to rally around that and get together and start playing. Because once that season starts, like you said, if they go 0-3, 0-4, and they got some tough games. And Garoppolo, I can't never say his name, but the guy.
Don't worry, you don't have to. I mean, all the porn stars can announce his name. That's about it. DeSean Jackson should hang out with him.
I tell you this, I like him. I like him. I think that he goes about his business the right way. He don't say nothing. He let everybody talk. He just go out there and play. And he gets a lot of flack because everybody say he's a system quarterback. Well, I mean, even though you in a system, it doesn't dictate where you throw the ball. Sometimes you got to improvise and throw it here and throw it there. I mean, they got some great players around him. That's what makes him so good. If you win a Super Bowl, you got to have some great players around you to catch the ball. You got to have a great line to block for you. And I tell you this, we wouldn't be saying that if I forget the guy's name, number 95 from Kansas City. If he was blocked, the quarter of Garoppolo, he had a man wide open for the touchdown, and that was game.
I'm going to help you. Jimmy G. Just call him Jimmy G. Jimmy G. Just let it roll.
Okay, Jimmy G. Jimmy G. Jimmy G. Right there. Touchdown. That was touchdown. That was a touchdown.
Ron Jennings, Super Bowl MVP, if that happened.
That was a touchdown right there. One touchdown. That was a touchdown.
Tim Hardaway, the quarterback, touchdown. Jimmy G. Jimmy G.
Jimmy G. Jimmy G. You know what? All quarterbacks and all point guards are quarterbacks on the team.
No question. No question. By the way, we are talking to Hall of Famer. Yes, Hall of Famer point guard Tim Hardaway. And it's so funny, Tim. And we speak about sports and we try to compare each sport and the way they're designed and how it works and what it takes to win a championship. And there's a guy that just spoke and said something after the United States won a gold medal, and that was Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards said something very interesting that pissed off a lot of people. And one of them was Isiah Thomas, who just came out and said some very interesting things, saying, well, Anthony Edwards said the only skilled player in the 90s was Michael Jordan. And then obviously, I don't know if you heard this, Isiah Thomas came out and said, the propaganda, be careful on what you choose to believe and all this other stuff. What are your thoughts? And you know, because your son plays in the NBA and your son actually has played against Anthony Edwards and knows the type of person he is, and you know who Anthony Edwards is. What type of person is Anthony Edwards? And do you believe he should have kind of kept his thoughts to himself?
Anthony Edwards should keep a lot of thoughts to himself. He's been talking a lot the whole season. I will tell you this. He's a kid. He don't know. He didn't see the 90s. He never saw us play in the 90s. Just like JJ Redick said that it was what's that, we was washed up, or whatever he said, he was wrong too. And you know, them guys, somebody like JJ Redick, he couldn't have played in the 90s with us. He would have never got on a court in the playgrounds because he couldn't dribble. Only thing he could do is shoot. He couldn't dribble. He couldn't play defense. He was lucky to be in the league 15 years because he had some coaches that believed in him. But he was terrible, man. I never liked his game at all. But you know, they made him to be a this guy or that guy. But you know, JJ Redick, he couldn't. He would have been the 11th man in the playgrounds. He talking about, you know, it was watered down in the 90s. You know, just like Anthony Edwards saying that it was no athletes in the 90s. Well, you know what, Anthony Edwards, you have your opinion. If you would have played in the 90s, you know, you probably, you know, wouldn't have played. You know, we would have bust your ass. So, but you know, these young kids talking and you know, they got free will to talk and say what they want to say, and you know, a lot of you know, he gets a lot of people upset with the words that he say, but hey, it is what it is. I just look at him and I just laugh at him and say, in my heyday, I would have bust your ass. That's all I can say. In my heyday, you would have never got to the rim and was dunking the ball like that. You know, you good now. You good. You nice. You know, they compared you to Michael Jordan, you know, a couple of times, and you know, you should take that and be humble with it. But other than that, you know, calm down, young fella.
I love that take, man. That's great.
All right, let's go to another one that I was critical of 90s basketball players a couple of months ago, and that was Gilbert Arenas, who said they were all on steroids. So what are your thoughts on all that?
He said we was all on steroids. No, we was tested for that. So you couldn't have been on steroids. So, you know, like Gilbert, another good player, played very well in his, you know, when he played in the NBA, he was unstoppable. You know, get to wherever he wanted to get to and make plays and make buckets and everything. But you know, I just say, man, you know, these guys, they in our heyday, we would have gave it to them. I mean, literally would have gave it to them, and they wouldn't be talking like that. But you know, they never played against us. They was in the 2000s, but you know, that's what it is. You know, I just laugh at them and shake my head and you know, and you know, on steroids. You know, I don't even know where that came from.
Well, why don't we tell Gilbert to keep his guns to himself?
you know, and when I saw that, man, I'm like, you all got to be some of the stupidest people in the world to bring guns in the locker room. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is game day. Y'all bringing guns in a locker room or shoot around, whatever it was. But you bringing guns into the locker room. I mean, why? Is it that serious that you have to bring guns in? If it's that serious, man, y'all need to just you know, go somewhere else and fight and do something else. But you bring in a dangerous situation among your peers. And if a gun went off and shot somebody, then you'd be like, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You got to be careful what you do, man. And we was like, what enticed you all to bring guns into a locker room?
Well, we could ask Plaxico Boris on that one too. Yeah. I'm just throwing out curveballs, man. It is pretty funny. It is true. I mean, why would he bring a gun to a club? What would be the common sense with that? And I believe it or not, I saw Plaxico Boris at an event recently, a golf event, and I wanted to sit down and talk. He was speaking to all the different women, the analysts that wanted to speak with him, but he wouldn't want to speak with me because he knows that I'm going to go with what I believe to be true. And I'm going to ask him a question that he might not like. So he didn't even want to sit down and have a conversation with me because he knew where I was going with it. And then his agent, I'm just speaking the truth, his agent or publicist told me, well, if he does answer any questions, he doesn't want to answer certain particular questions. So then why am I asking you questions then?
Right.
There would be no reason why I'm interviewing.
That's true. And I work with him. I work with him on the Cardinal show. Now it's called the Basketball Ball or something ball on Fox Sports 1. And so I never asked him that question because, I know it's a touchy situation. Of
course.
And I just leave that alone. But I know he still, feels the effects of that. And, when you walking down the street, they'd be like, hey, that's the guy that he was on the Jets or the Giants. He had the gun and his thing and went off in the club and all that type of stuff. He not going to never live that down. So, I don't even ask him that because it's none of my business.
Well, it's none of anybody.
And you know what? He knew he made a mistake. Yeah. And it was a harsh verdict that came down on him, because if he was a regular civilian, it wouldn't have came down like that on him. So, but yeah, they just wanted to prove a point and throw the book at him a little bit. And but he took it like a man, and he's still standing on his 2 feet, and he's still doing what he can, he's supposed to do for his family. So kudos to him.
We are talking to Hall of Fame point guard Tim Hardaway. Draymond Green has very interesting takes about the NBA and his thoughts of the future of the NBA and where the NBA is heading. One of the takes that I disagree with him, and Speedy, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about?
There's so many takes you disagree with him. I don't know which specific one you're going for.
The last one we were speaking about. Do you remember?
Oh, the podcasting one?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if he knows that. So why don't you give it to him?
So he was saying that young NBA players, unless you're 3 years established in the league, shouldn't do a podcast.
He said young players established 3 years in the league should do a podcast.
Shouldn't do a podcast.
So, if you're a rookie or something that hasn't proven anything, you shouldn't be. You
shouldn't be speaking on a podcast. You have no right to speak up. You have to be in the NBA for a certain amount of time to get that opportunity to speak your thoughts of what's really going on in the NBA or in the world when it comes to sports.
So he's talking about Anthony Edwards.
He's talking about everybody.
Yeah, but he's really talking about Anthony Edwards and what he said. That's what brings to mind to me. But I think it's wrong for these guys to have podcasts and you're on the team right now. I think you should. I think you shouldn't be able to talk about other teams, other players, other coaches, what's going on with Adam Silver and the state of the league. I just think that that's just my take, because some of the things that you say, you get ridiculed for, and you're not going to say, you're just going to say stupid stuff. And I just think that nobody that's playing professional sports should have their own podcast until they off the team or retire.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So Steph Curry had some interesting last couple of weeks with the Team USA winning the gold medal. There was rumors, they're going to go team up with Durant or LeBron again. Then people were making a big deal out of Steph Curry taking the Warriors bio off his Instagram. So what are your thoughts to all that saga?
That's not going to happen. The league is not going to let that happen. You got to move parts around. So say if Steph, LeBron, and KD on the same team, it's just going to be just like the Phoenix Suns. There's not going to be no other salary. Enjoy watching them in USA. Glad they came back with a goal. A lot of people has been talking about Tatum not playing. I think he did a good job. And you know what? The only thing it is gold. It ain't nothing else. It's nothing else but gold. And when you win gold, everything should be just thrown out the window. It shouldn't be no criticism. It shouldn't be no talk about this. It shouldn't be no talk about Steve Kerr doing that. It should be about they won the gold. They brought back the gold, you know. And yes, we're going to have some tough times with other teams. Other teams have NBA players on other countries have NBA players on their team. You know, they got to come together just like the USA has to come together. And being in that last game against France in Paris, on their home court, you know, it was tough. And they toughed it out and they won the game. So, I mean, and LeBron, man, I'm going to tell you this, man, at 40, 41, 21, going into his 22nd year, kudos to him. Phenomenal. You know, this guy is man. I mean, he's unbelievable, man. And I mean, every time he goes out there, he makes you just have your mouth open like, wow, he's 40, 41 and doing it still like he's 30, 35 years old. So kudos to him and, you know, and all the guys on USA. And, you know, hey, we want to go. Let all this negativity go out the window. We ridicule people and we won. I can see if we lost, but we won. Leave it alone.
You know why everybody is attacking it? Because you have analysts come out and try to compare this Olympic team to the Dream Team, which there's no comparison to both teams. It's ridiculous. It was a ridiculous statement. And I'm not even going to mention names because there was quite a few people that came out and said it, which I think is just absolutely ridiculous when you look at those teams. When you look at Magic Johnson, oh, he was at the tail end. Larry Bird, those guys would have kicked the you-know-what out of this team. Kicked the you-know-what out of this team.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So I don't even know why people always compare. And then they talking about the 96 team would have beat the 92 team. Stop that. So what? Y'all can compare it. All right, so what? And what? But y'all not going to be able to play. But and the Dream Team, they went out there and they won by 40, average of 33 points a game. They did what they supposed to do.
Sometimes 50. I mean,
right, 50. They did what they supposed to do, you know, and that's why they the Dream Team. And just leave it alone. But everybody want to compare this. Everybody want to compare that. You know, even Charles Barkley said this. He said his 96 team would have beat the Dream Team. But which team was you going to play on, Charles? Which team was you gonna play on? Was you gonna play with the 92 team or was you gonna play with the 96 team? You know that that didn't even make no sense.
Well, Charles Barkley never makes sense. That's the whole point. That's why he's making the big bucks behind, on the seat with the microphone in his mouth. And sometimes I wonder if he should eat it. But that's
well, and I want to tell Charles Barkley, you thinking coaching is really not that hard. Go out there and coach these guys. Go out there and put a game plan together. Go out there and put a practice plan together. Go out there and look at film, half the night. Go out there and study other players and see what type of game plan you got to put against this team and that team. Then you got to listen to your coaches and your assistant coaches and got to see which way you want to go. If you want to go with them or you want to go with what you're thinking. It's a lot of things. So when Charles Barkley is saying he's upset with Steve Kerr or he didn't approve of Steve Kerr doing this and doing that, I tell him this. Why don't you go out there and coach? Not a high school team, not a college team, coach an NBA team. I guarantee you, he'll be so frustrated. He'll be like, no, I'm good.
Well, I have my thoughts of, I agree with him when it comes to the Steve Kerr thing. I would have played Jason Tatum. That's just my opinion. I thought he was wrong, but hey, you know what? If that's the way he wants to go, just remember he stepped down now. He doesn't have to worry about it. Now you have Spoelstra, you have one of these other guys taking over for Team USA. Now you're going to have to ease these guys in and try to tell them, well, you're the future of Team USA. And now when you know this, Timmy, if you look at the top 5 players in the NBA right now, they're practically international. You have Nikola Jokic. You have Luka Doncic. You have Shai Alexander. Okay, those are just 3 guys. You have the Greek Freak. I mean, those are 4 guys, 4 of the top 5 guys right now I just named that arguably are the 4 best players in the league. And Joel Embiid, if you want to put him there, he's a foreign player. He shouldn't have even been on Team USA. That's
correct.
My opinion.
Correct. But I tell you this, we don't have to worry about Greece. We wouldn't have to worry about Slovenia, Luka Doncic's team, because they only rely on Luka and nobody else can play on that team. And then who else you say?
Shai Alexander.
Yeah, Shai Alexander. They you know what? From top to bottom, they was probably 1B, 1A minus from the USA team. And they couldn't put it together. So, they got to understand how to mesh all that together and come out and play as a team. I think they was very, very disappointed as pros, and you can't put it together. I mean, you haven't learned nothing. So I wouldn't even worry about Canada until they understand how to play together.
One of our executive producer Fish was saying RJ Barrett clocking up space internationally too with the Canadians.
You know what, y'all Knicks fans, y'all tough. Yeah, y'all tough.
No, I liked
I
RJ Barrett.
liked RJ Barrett too, but that trade, Knick fans were going crazy. They're like, who the hell's OG? Nobody get a chance to see OG. Now you see what OG does. He's one of the best when it comes to defending the guard position, or really just the hook that the Knicks have had problems with all these years is defending those positions, the 2, the 1, even the 3. You got a guy that is probably, if not the best, a top 3 player in the league at that position.
You know why they did it? Because they understood that RJ Barrett's ceiling is short. It's not high. It's not going up. His ceiling is right where it's going to be at, and he's not going to take it to that next level, what they thought he could. And OG is, OG is a guy that's going to take his level of playing the game of basketball and it's keep rising. So yeah, that's why they did it. They didn't want to do it, but they saw the fortitude in OG, and they saw what RJ Barrett. It wasn't going to be that type. And you know what? I'll tell you this: some people can't play at Madison Square Garden either. Some people can't play at in that place for the New York Knicks, because the fans will tear you down, the media will tear you down. You walking down the street, they looking at you sideways, they whispering your ear and stuff like that. Some people are not made for Madison Square Garden in New York.
So speaking of somebody that used to play for New York, your son with the Dallas Mavericks, they made it to the NBA Finals this year. Very impressive run as a 5 seed. So what are your thoughts to their season as a whole, to the success that they had this season?
He's going to probably be hard on his son. I know he's going to be hard on his son.
No, I mean, my son, a lot of people don't understand that. My son kept them out of the playing game. When Luka was hurt, or Kyrie went out for like 10 days, they relied on my son and his usage, and they was running offense for him. And he came in and he was averaging 20, 22 points a game. And then when everybody got whole and when they made that trade, his minutes started coming down. They wasn't running offense for him. His usage was coming down. He was just standing in the corner, just waiting on the ball. When you stand in the corner and wait on the ball, you're not in rhythm. People just think that you're gonna stand there and then when you get an open shot, you're gonna make an open shot. It's not gonna happen, people. It's not gonna happen. And people think that they are basketball players. They're not basketball players. They never played in that realm. They never been in the NBA. They never been on a college court where you move the ball around, you get people involved, you get a rhythm, you shooting, and even if you don't shoot for 10 minutes, but you in rhythm, so when you get the ball and you got a wide open shot, you will shoot it. So, but a lot of people don't understand, you know, and it was unfortunate for him, you know, not to get in during the course of the playoffs, and they just sat him on the bench and really didn't play him. But, you know, I feel that it was their loss because he still was the best third scorer on that team. And if they had him in the lineup, he would have, I'm not going to say they would have beat the Boston Celtics, but it wouldn't have been 4-1. You know, he would have gave them a chance to be in the series. But, you know, Boston Celtics was on a mission. You could tell they was on a mission from day one, you know. And but yeah, you know, it was just unfortunate, and it's we with the Pistons now. He's with the Pistons now, and you know, that's behind us. We're not looking behind us. We're looking forward, and we're looking for brighter days now. You know, and that's what it's about. So it is what it is, and you just take it. Life goes on. You get up every day. Don't even worry about it, and have fun with your next destinations, which is the Detroit Pistons, and try to get them into the playoffs. You know, try to get them young guys to learn how to play and learn how to win.
This is what you got to do. You got to get up, you got to stand up, and then you got Charles Barkley right over here and throw some jabs. Paul, just throw some jabs, throw some uppercuts, because Charles Barkley is the one that was, you know, he's. To me, I love his personality. I love what he does when it comes to drawing people to him. He just loves to throw people under the bus. It doesn't matter who it is. If it's something about the Knicks or it's something about a player that he doesn't think is worth the time to speaking about, he will throw them under the bus and completely ridicule them. That's what he does. He always does it. And that's something I saw Charles Barkley in the Hamptons this summer. And I didn't really say much to him. I know he was running. He was trying to get some wine. He wanted to get effed up. So I saw him, go get me some liquor, baby. That's all I remember, you know, with Charles Barkley. But I will say this about Charles. There are a lot of people over the years that obviously think that Charles Barkley should not be speaking on different players that are in the league because he's not in the league anymore. And I think you're one guy that would probably see that in a different way because he's not in the NBA anymore. It's a different kind of game. And he still has his thoughts that could be thrown a different way or thrown a bone a different way that would piss people off. When you look at guys like Charles Barkley or even guys like John Starks or any of these guys that speak about the NBA and the way the NBA has transitioned and how he thinks that is comparable from the 90s. Do you agree with guys like Charles Barkley or guys like John Starks? Because John Starks said something recently about the NBA. He said that these NBA players are more athletic and more giftedly sound, that the NBA players in those days, in the 90s, it would take a little bit more time to really catch up to the guys that are playing in the league. Do you believe that?
No, I don't believe that. You know, I disagree with them. Charles Barkley, he was just as athletic as Zion Williams. You know, John Starks, he was just athletic. I mean, for you to get a dunk like that with your left hand and you're not even left-handed, that's athleticism. You know, that's athleticism. You know, don't tell me it was just, you know, it was the spur of the moment. It was in the playoffs. You know, I was hyped up and this. He had athleticism. You know, Charles, John Starks, he came from Golden State, almost out the league, and then he came into New York, hardworking, playing good defense, making shots, making plays. If you look at everybody's game, everybody. You know, can't pass. Everybody can't shoot. Everybody can't dribble. Everybody. So, but you bring a unique style to the game. John Starks brought a unique style. He played great defense. He tried to play hard and great defense, and he shot. You know, when he had an open shot, unless it was Game 7 against Houston Rockets. But all the rest of them, you know, he was making them. So I mean, I disagree with them. I take the 90s basketball over today, but the reason, but the only thing I would change is the rules. If we had the same rules that they play with now, everybody be scoring. Everybody be scoring.
Michael Jordan would get 60 points.
And a lot of people don't understand. It's the rules that makes this game today. Our rules was more rugged, more tougher. You know, we had to have athleticism to get to the rim to make plays in our day. These guys don't have to have athleticism to do what they need to do, because if you touch somebody, it's a foul. It's some calls I'd be like, did you just call that? Wow. And another thing, back then you couldn't travel like they doing today.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. James Harden is like the king of doing that, by the way.
Oh, James Harden, LeBron James. See, look at that dunk. That's not athleticism. Come on, man. Let me ask you this: Did Kenny Walker have athleticism?
Of course he did.
Okay, so what are they saying? I mean, come on, man. I don't understand. Hakeem Olajuwon had athleticism as a center.
Yeah.
You know, even Shaq had athleticism in the 90s as a center. So don't tell me about athleticism. We had athleticism. You know, the thing is, we just couldn't shoot threes like they shooting threes now. You know, if you took 10 threes, oh my God, what was you doing? Even though you was on, you took 10 threes. Next game, you better not take 10 threes. Your team be looking at you crazy.
So my last question, I just wanted to ask about the Warriors lost a legend recently, Al Attles.
Man.
He was on when you were there. I think he was an assistant with him. So what was he like? Do you have a good story of his?
Man, one of the greatest men you could ever meet in your life. If you was lucky to meet Al Attles, it will prepare you for life. Al was genuine. He talked to you respectfully. You know, you heard him because his deep voice, you know, he talked deep, you know, and you heard him, you know, when he was coming down, hey, there, young fella, look at, you know, you heard him. But I mean, just talking to him, the insight that he had about life, just not about basketball, just about life, man. And he touched so many hearts. I cried yesterday. I really did cry when I got the news. He was a good friend. He was a good friend, and always loved to hear his voice. Always loved to talk to him. It was you just had to be around him to understand what I'm talking about. Like I said, he was genuine, A1 scholar. Like I said, treated people with respect, and you will never ever hear one person, not one person, say anything bad about Al Attles. Not one. You might, you know, somebody might say something bad about somebody else. Somebody might say it, whisper it to you, say, oh, you know, Al Attles, man, just a genuine person. And he'll be missed, man. He'll be missed.
Well, I'm going to let you know something. I've grown very attached to you, man. Not in a weird way, but you know, I've got to, you know you a little bit more, not as a basketball player, but as a person. Very knowledgeable, not just in the game of basketball, but you understand what it takes to be a professional athlete. So when you interview people, and I've interviewed a lot of people over the years, I like to interview people and kind of get to know them through who they are and what they have achieved. And you have achieved so many different things in your career. And you have a son that plays in the NBA and has had a long career. I respect everything that you've done in the NBA and what you do for what the NBA and what the NBA stands for from the 90s and what it's transitioned in today. So every time we have you on the show, I really respect everything about you. I don't want you to think because you were a Miami Heat and I couldn't stand you as a player at that time as a Knicks fan that I don't respect you as a person. So
I appreciate that. But I keep telling folks, I was just out there doing my job, man.
Yes.
It wasn't nothing personal. When I'm out there on that court, only thing I know is my team has to win. I'm going to try to put them in position to win. It's just so happened we played y'all a bunch of times, and all that hatred came from Pat Riley. If Pat Riley would have stayed there or just called somebody and said, "Hey, I'm going to take this position over here," instead of just leaving at night, didn't call nobody facts, then I think everything would have been all right. But the hatred came from him, and we felt it. But you know what? Just like New York area got behind the Knicks and put them in that hate Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. We had the same thing. Pat put in our mind, hey, this is Gotham and you got to come play in Gotham City. So, I mean, we just did a job, but you know what? I wouldn't take that back for nothing. I loved it each and every time we played. I think that was the greatest rivalry in basketball. And I love coming to New York, playing in New York and shutting people up. And I know they love coming to Miami and shutting us up. So, I mean, it was a great time, and I wouldn't change it for the world. And I appreciate you all, and y'all keep doing great things.
Thank you. Thank you. What a coinky dink that the team that drafted your son were the Knicks.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. Look at that right there.
There you go. We definitely got to get you back on it. We got to get your son on the show. It would be fun. Just have you and your son go back and forth. We'll talk. Speedy will reach out to you, but we love everything about what you're doing, man. And congratulations for all the things that you've accomplished. And congratulations on what you're doing for Fox. One day maybe we'll be partners, Maybe we'll be over there.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, y'all take care, man. Thank you.
Tim Hardaway, ladies and gentlemen, Hall of Famer, great personality, great basketball, Samaritan. Oh, yeah. I mean, everything about him. He's fantastic. It was a great interview. Wes is probably not joining us.
No, Wes got too tired, but he did send some pics.
Tell him I want to apologize. Did you tell him?
I did.
He knew it was Tim Hardaway.
Yeah, it was also the guests scrambled all different times. But thank you both the guests for joining us. But yes, Wes did send some other pics in our private chat. He's got a SMU the first week 0 of college football, minus 24.5 against Nevada. That game is Saturday at 8 o'clock. He's got your Florida State Seminoles and Georgia Tech. They're playing on Saturday at noon. They're under 55.5 for that game. God, please. And then he's got your favorite sport, Carl, the CFL. 2 picks as well for that. Winnipeg at home covering minus 9.5 against Hamilton tomorrow. And then on Saturday, the BC Lions on the road covering 1.5 at Ottawa.
The Beastly Lions. Okay, you got to say it. Beastly.
They are beastly.
Yeah, you got to get out of that closet, man. You got to get out of that closet.
It has nothing to do with me. It's just the team.
But it's a closet.
It's good for both of us.
It's good for all of us. It's good for everybody.
It's good for Wes's money because he's making money.
Money works, money talks, and money sparks a lot of different decisions that you need to make tonight. Right?
It has something to do with me. It has something to do with people betting on the CFL and taking Wes's advice.
What is up with you in that Fu Manchu, by the way?
Something to do with me.
I mean, but what about
there's no analyzing it.
I mean, I'm analyzing it because it's starting to scare me.
Then don't look at it. Look at Scoops over there. Look at Scoops.
How can I miss it? It's square right in my front.
All right, then look at Scoops. You love talking about his hair.
Hey, listen, I didn't love to talk about it. There it is. There he is. You look like John Bon Jovi there. Not as pretty. Idea. Not as pretty, Yeah.
I would not believe I am. So
I mean, look at me in the background grabbing my boobs, man. Do you like that? Those jugs?
Weird.
You like them? I like them. I like them.
I would imagine you like your own body. Yeah.
No, I didn't. But I have nice jugs, right?
I don't know.
You've never seen my jugs?
I don't care.
All right, let's go to a sports minute. When we come back, we'll have Nathan on the show, and Deion Sanders is doing something crazy again, or whatever he claims he's not doing, or maybe he was doing, or maybe it's just something going to be brushed under the rug because the NCAA don't want to admit that this could be a problem in the future. When we come back, we'll get into that. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
Yes, it's the top of the hour, and for the third time today, I'm Tommy Scoops, bringing you a Loudmouth Sports Minute. Now, starting with some MLB, the Yankees announced that they are going to be reinstating Jazz Chisholm. Chisholm, who was placed on injured list earlier this month, is set to be activated tomorrow. Lastly, over in the NFL, the Bears were heavily close to acquiring Matthew Judon. After Judon's Patriots exit a few weeks back, Bears wanted Judon on a new contract, but ultimately signing with the Falcons. Now it's time for Scoops and Squares, where in the MLB, the currently only game going on is the Mets having a 1-0 lead over the Padres at the top of the second inning. That is all I have right now for you guys, and I'm going to kick it back to the boys for the continuation of the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
It's good for both. Thickness. I am a disturbing person. Have you ever seen it fly? Do you bend the meat?
I love bending the meat. 631-672.
Yo.
3108 is the number to call.
What's up, guys?
Hold on, Nathan. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey, every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. You know, Nathan, I think you know what an introduction is. You could let me introduce you before you cut in and, you know, kind of disturb the whole flow of the show. I'm just kidding. I like, you know what it is? I just like being the pain in the ass that I always am, Speedy. You know all about me. I'm like a flea, right? Do I like to bite?
I would hope not.
I mean,
metaphorically, you do.
I do like to bite. Where does it hurt the most?
That's up to whoever you're criticizing.
I'm asking you, where does it hurt?
I don't know. It's up to whoever you're criticizing.
Where do I bite that hurts you?
I don't know. It's metaphorical.
I mean, when a flea bites you or, you know, a mosquito bites you, where does it hurt the most?
I don't know. Probably in my arms.
Why your arms?
Because it's weaker than my legs. That has less hair.
How do you know they're weaker than your legs?
Most people's are.
Well, hold on one second. So you are
legs are generally bigger.
Your legs are like your arms.
Makes no sense.
They're as thin as, like, you know.
No,
like
my legs are pretty tall. My arms are not. So it's the
what
opposite.
Else is tall?
It's the opposite.
What else is tall?
What you're describing.
What else is tall?
Nothing else really.
Nothing else is tall. Long.
Not really.
Nothing.
No.
So it's all small. Everything's small.
Or average. Yeah.
So average. All right, Nathan, what is up, my friend? Nathan, you're on mute. What's going on? You got to unmute him. There it goes. Nathan, what's up, man?
What's up, Arrow? What's up, Speedy? Great show today. Tim Hardaway, man, the GOAT. You just had the GOAT on the show, man. What a great career. Shout out to you guys. And then obviously, was Jerel Worthy on today? Yeah, Worthy was on today, right?
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, so that's awesome. Yeah, so you guys are killing it right now. So, like I said, thank you again for having me on the show.
Oh, dude, come on.
You guys are the best. Al Marks is a pain in the ass. No, I'm just joking. But
you don't have to say you're joking. I know I'm a pain in the ass.
No. Shout out to you guys. I'm telling you right now, you guys have the best show right now.
Is that a compliment? Are you trying to compliment us?
No. I'm serious. This is out of any show. I mean, out of any show that I'm part of and I'm connected with, you guys are the best. And then to be able to share the platform with you guys and write articles for you guys is truly amazing. So,
well, we really appreciate you and everything that you do. And I saw that you were working with Victor Cruz today.
Yeah, we did a big event with Victor Cruz at the Headliner in Neptune, and Prince Amukamara was there too.
Oh, how wonderful! Prince wasn't anything for the Giants, but when he went to Chicago, he was okay. I mean, he played okay when he was in Chicago. Not the same player that we thought he was going to be as a high, draft.
The last two were really bad.
I also interviewed them, so stay tuned for an interview They're editing the videos for me. So
Did he do his shimmy? Did he do his his
no,
nice?
I actually, you know what's funny? I asked Victor to do the salsa, but Prince did the salsa for me.
Interesting.
But Victor
Did you jump on his back when he did it?
No, what the hell?
That would have been cool if you jumped on his back. I mean, Nathan, you're a small guy. You jump on his back and say, God, give me the salsa, baby.
So the Modelo beer?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, they sponsored the event today. So big shout out to Modelo for sponsoring the event. And what's it called? Yeah, so Prince did the salsa, and then Victor did the salsa, and before the thing started with some other person. But yeah, it was a good turnout, decent amount. And then they did raffles for the fans and everything. So
I would love to see Speedy do the salsa in like a Speedo. What do you guys think? That would be fun. What do you think, Speedy?
Embarrassing.
What else? Could you do the salsa?
I don't know.
Would you try?
I would try, but not in a freaking Speedo.
Disturbing behavior. Oh man, let's bring Fish in. Okay, and we'll bring all of these guys in just. I want to get into this story because this is the last story I wanted to leave because this is the story that I just want to.
What's up, Fish?
Burn a hole
up, man?
In this story, by the way, because it is definitely one of those interesting ones. Former Colorado special teams coach Trevor Riley told Sports Illustrated that Deion Sanders discussed an NIL funding with Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund. Riley also said he went to Saudi Arabia himself and had a face-to-face meeting with several businessmen. Riley claims that he nor Deion did nothing illegal and was only trying to help Colorado. The Public Investment Fund also has connections with Premier League, Formula One racing, and Live Golf. Saudi Arabian businesses have been accused of being involved in sports in order to redirect attention away from their various scandals. Colorado had the most NIL money ever for the first-year coach in Deion Sanders, his first season.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting story. And by the way, I don't know if anybody knows who Kenny Blakeney is. Howard's basketball coach, Kenny Blakeney, told Washington Post of his pitch to private equity firms, asking for $100 million in return for 33% of the stake of the program. So just so you know, what NIL deals are going to could bring in the future if this is not controlled. Now, I was one over the last couple of years to speak before this even went through that these players should be getting paid. I've been saying it. I've been behind it, that players are not in college sports long enough and they're not finishing up with their college educations, and that if you leave college to go into professional sports, that you cannot finish your scholarship. You have to finish your scholarship, or unless the school agrees with you, that like Sauce Gardner with Cincinnati, where you can leave college, go to the NFL, and you can finish your education on the side. Most schools will not allow that. And that's because of obviously the money and the investment that you have in these players through the scholarships that you get through the colleges. Now, here's the problem with Deion Sanders. And there's a lot to get into with Deion Sanders because Deion Sanders has been really speaking a lot over the last couple of years. How great of a coach he is, his ego of taking Colorado to a national championship, and how he is going to show people that going and coaching not only from a D1 or a Division I school that nobody's ever heard of in Jackson State, to go to Colorado and go 3-0 the way he did and just completely choke in, throughout the season because the team wasn't that good, or maybe the players didn't believe in you or trust you as a head coach. But the thing that really tosses me about Deion Sanders is the things that he has done off the field. One of the things that really disturbs me is the way he handled his son's situation. The beating up of the security guard. And then you're a multimillionaire. You're making millions and millions of dollars. And knowing that this security guard might never be able to work again, might not be able to feed his family, might not be able to take care of himself for the rest of his life, you told your son or at least we don't know for sure, but he probably was behind it, told your son to claim bankruptcy so he gets nothing. He can't get anything, and that if you become an NFL player, he can't take any of your salary away from you and your earnings away from you because you claim bankruptcy. That is a despicable thing Deion Sanders did. And he can say whatever he wants. And everybody keeps saying that I'm being racist because of it. It has nothing to do with racism. It has nothing to do with it. It's wrong. If you are white, black, Puerto Rican, Haitian, Chinese, or whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter what color you are. It's wrong. Now, as far as this situation with the NIL deal, the fact that this story is coming out, it is going to grow legs. If you really believe that Deion Sanders knew nothing about this, or they weren't creating anything illegal behind this, you guys are out of your minds. First of all, Saudi Arabia is one of the richest places in the world because there's so much oil there. So much oil there. So much money to be made over there. So to think, why do you think these boxers are fighting in Saudi Arabia? Why do you think they're doing that? Because there's money being brushed under the rug to them. It is not being said. And boxing is one of the most crooked sports in all of the industry. I will tell you it is. I know boxing. It's crooked. So if you think for 1 second that Deion Sanders hiring this guy, and I'm just being honest here, bringing this guy in, and that's Colorado's, I forget his name, I'm sorry, Tim Riley, I think his name, I'm sorry. Trevor Riley. Bringing him in, a special teams coach, and having him go over there, and he knew nothing about it or knew anything behind the scam behind it. It's a lie. It's a lie. Deion Sanders knew exactly what it is. He's trying to bring in money. He's trying to pay these players under the table to bring these players in through the portal and get them to come and play in Colorado so he can win a national championship and be declared the greatest thing since sliced bread. It is wrong. It is wrong. And I'm going to tell you this right now. This is something that the NCAA needs to look at and stop with this craziness on, it's just Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is a great Samaritan. He's the face of what we want college football to be. You want college football to be this? You want that these coaches, and this has been going on forever. It's not just Deion Sanders, guys. Deion Sanders is not the only coach that's done this. I mean, he's the only one that probably went to Saudi Arabia to try to draw money from one of these rich businessmen, because $100 million is nothing to these guys. They have billions and billions of dollars. So it doesn't even matter. And you're not going to go to one of these guys like Donald Trump or any of these business owners over here, because obviously it could be claimed in taxes. So they need to be brushed under the rug. It needs to be clean money. That's what it is. It needs to be cleaned. So how do you clean money? You go to another country and you get it from a businessman, and he washes his hands from it. It is horrible. And if you're going to do that, you might as well have gotten money for your son to pay off this security guard. Yeah. So it could have been rest and you don't look like a complete moron.
Yep. And we were talking about all these NIL deals that are just like NIL deals. This is not just another NIL deal. This is a potentially illegal operation.
It's a huge illegal operation. It's going to come out.
Because you're seeing this particular fund connected with all these other teams. That I'm not sure about the international corruption, how it works with. I know you're mentioning boxing, the Premier League. I think it was two different teams in the Premier League, Newcastle and Everton, which are both like not great teams, but like teams that aren't usually relegated in the Premier League. And then you got Live Golf, which has created a great divide among the golf community, which that's something that like they're getting a lot of wealth involved in that kind of thing too. This is not just another NIL scandal. This is a potentially illegal operation that this coach in Riley literally went down to Saudi Arabia to negotiate these kinds of things with. There's not a coincidence that Deion Sanders had 66 something new recruits all at once. Then you have all of a sudden 60 of them transferring this year. Don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. That makes a lot of sense for him to be that.
FIFA. Do you guys know what FIFA is? Anybody know that scandal over there that's happened and how it's just now it's breaking through? They did a whole like documentary of it. That was going on forever. And now it's starting to just grow and grow and grow. And people are getting thrown under the bus, everything. If you guys don't think that this is going to happen the same way with what the NIL and what the NCAA is not discovering from this, it only tells me one thing. Why do you think somebody like, I don't know, one of the greatest coaches in college football history decided to step down? Do you believe that Nick Saban knew nothing about this or had no recollection to understand that this was going to happen? They all do. That's why they're all speaking about it. That's why they all have something to say about it. Unfortunately, when there are rules that are not to be broken, or they don't need to be broken anymore because they're allowed, you're going to find ways where you have the edge in any sport. Same thing with baseball. Everybody thinks steroid was the edge in the 90s, and that's what brought baseball back from the strike. Maybe so. But again, you needed it. And there are reasons why it was brought to the forum. When you look at the NIL deal and you look at the situation the NCAA is in now, because there's so much money, man. The NCAA was, taking money. These kids were bringing in billions and billions of dollars with TV deals. And now with the new TV deals that the NBA is bringing in and all these, what do you think these Saudi Arabian guys are looking at? They see dollar signs. I throw 100 million, I get $1 billion. That's the way they look at it. And how are we going to know about it? Because it's washed. It's washed money. And the FIFA, we've been doing that forever. I mean, Ronaldo, how many contracts have he had? Oh, yeah. I mean, Messi, he comes over here to the United States for 1 year. He makes $80 million to play for Miami. I mean, do you think that's a coinky dink? No, he came here for the money. He came here not for the superstardom. The guy's the biggest soccer player in the world. And it's all about money. And it's only going to grow because Deion Sanders thinking that it's not. And Deion Sanders saying that he knows nothing about it. He knows this is what makes the world go around. And that's what it was. And everybody says, and he says he'll never go to the NFL. Well, Jim Harbaugh, everybody thought was never going to go back to the NFL. Where is he right now? He's coaching for the Chargers. There was a reason why he left the NCAA. Same thing with Pete Carroll after winning 2 national championships. He is obviously going to have to step down or move away. Because if this thing is true, and the NCAA looks into it, because, hey, you know what? Baseball did it with Ohtani, threw it under and brushed it under the rug. And this is Deion Sanders. He's the mastermind of the NCAA now. He's the face of the NCAA. The NCAA will probably brush it on the rug. But if they really investigate this, this is a scandal. 100%.
And you mentioned the international proportions too. Like the Arabian Soccer League 3 years ago was the one that gave Mbappe that almost $1 billion contract too. So there's a lot of money coming in from other places too. And that's what makes this scandal just bigger than an NIL deal. And very similar to what you were saying with the Ohtani scandal, which I think is bigger than just what happened in baseball. I think it could be happening with governments. It could be happening with spy stuff, like anything like that could be involved in that kind of thing too. And you mentioned the Michigan scandal as well. There was military technology, Navy technology involved in that scandal. These are 2 big scandals that are more than just an NIL deal with the NCAA. So if they're going to hammer those smaller scandals and they're going to have to pay $1 billion for it now, they're better hammer these 2.
There was a documentary, guys, that I thought was the best one I ever saw. It was a 30 for 30 called The Two Escobars. And it was about Pablo Escobar. Yep. And if you remember, it was how they laundered drug money through the soccer leagues in Mexico and in Central America. And what ended up happening is these teams and their players were being held. There was all these like ransoms, families being kidnapped, violence, murders. It was the worst thing you can think of. And if you know anything about, and I'm a history teacher and I've taught some of this stuff, MBS, the leader, the Crown Prince over there, he is tied to the murder of a Washington Post journalist. Yep. And money, billions of dollars were funneled into the United States shortly thereafter, which is one of my most interesting conspiracy theories that I have not seen solved yet from the last 10 years. A lot of people believe that he was directly involved with the murder of that, and the United States government gave him up. And that's really sad. And this is the guy that you're getting in bed with. Look, you said boxing, WWE has been there as well. They have their crown jewel event that happens more frequently than once a year, I believe. And they're making that money, and that's not drug money, but it might be a different type of money over there, and it's not a savory type of money. Let's put it that way. So this is kind of Pandora's box. If you're going to allow this as the NCAA, you're allowing that element to creep into college sports, and that cannot happen. That would be an absolute travesty.
Nathan, you could unmute yourself. What are your thoughts to the story?
I mean, I haven't paid attention to all of it, but I have to dig deep more. I have to read more of it. But I don't know. I just once I read more, then I have something to say.
Well, that's fine, and it's an interesting story because obviously it's just a story that really came out 24 hours ago, and now obviously Colorado's going to be in defense mode because the college football season's right around the corner. Deion Sanders, you know, is pretty much picked his team and his roster, and he's got a lot because Shedeur Sanders right now is going into his final year as a college quarterback, and everybody wants him to wants to believe that this guy is a first-round draft pick, which I believe he's not. But hey, obviously his father does, and again, he's got more pressure on him this year because now you're going into your second season. All you do, and by the way, that family at the press conferences over there at Colorado made themselves look like a bunch of idiots. They really look bad because when they were up there and the press was asking them questions, they would not answer any of the questions that were important to the conversation. They would only answer the questions by the way they wanted to answer them. And that, to me, is poor sportsmanship. If you're going to come, if you're Shedeur Sanders, and I'm just speaking the truth, if you're Shedeur and you want to be a quarterback in the NFL, and you might have to play here in New York next year, I mean, the Giants could draft you. It could happen. Not the Jets, because they had a Jordan Travis. I don't think they have any thoughts to it. But he could have an opportunity to come here to New York. Why would the Giants even think to bring Shedeur Sanders in here? And after half the press conferences he's had over the last, 2 months, and even the press conference he had recently, it made him look really, really bad. He doesn't know how to answer questions. And when he answers questions, it becomes defensive. You're here in New York, and you answer a defensive question like Julius Randle did 2 years ago when he didn't get the ball at the end of the game, and they wanted to interview him at the end of the game. He would not interview. He would not talk to the press. It made him look really, really bad. It made him look sour. It made him look like a sore loser and not realizing that, hey, listen, this isn't your team. Get it through your head. It's not your team. It made him look really bad, really bad. And it took what? RJ Barrett getting traded and OG coming in and showing that he is a team player and then getting hurt, that everybody kind of washed their hands from what he did 2 years ago, because that's the first thing and that's the last thing I remember of Julius Randle when it comes to my shaky thoughts of him. I'm going back to Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders doesn't know how to control his mouth. Deion Sanders doesn't know how to control his kids. And now you have players from your team throwing not only you as a coach under the bus, but your sons under the bus on the type of people they are in the locker room and the presence you leave to the team after they lose as a sore loser. So to me, you want to teach men. You don't teach men the way you teach men. You teach men how to lose and how to win and how to handle adversity. And I don't think he knows how to do that.
No, if you're resorting to getting recruits through handling
potentially
illegal operations, that's a great lesson for everybody.
Flex, Errol, flex. I'm going to do my Heisman Trophy. My Heisman. I can't do it when I'm standing up, but here's my Heisman Trophy. I'm grabbing my boobs, Speedy. See that? Grabbing my boobs.
Nathan loves it.
I want you to do it.
Nathan loves it.
Do that for me.
Nathan, grab your boob. Love it. Grab your boob.
Speedy, grab your boob.
Right, same time, Nathan.
All right, grab him. Grab him. There. I mean, you got to do this. Ready? Watch this. Do this like that, Speedy. Come on, do that.
Same time, Nathan.
Same time. Not with 2 fingers. You got to
hold on. Nathan has to put his hands up. Hold on.
Nathan
Nathan has to put his hands up too. There we go.
Nathan, where's your boobs, man? Is it under your armpit? Speedy, why are you using 2 fingers to rub your boobs?
Yo,
rub my boobs. It doesn't matter.
Yo, guns out, right? Look,
all right, let's see the guns. Flex. Show us your Hulk Hogan. Right. Like, give it. Flex, Nathan. Yeah,
wait.
All right.
I'm going away from the camera. Hold on.
All right, there you go. Flex.
It's like a Super Soaker 20.
It's like pea shooters. We'll call them the pea shooters. Speedy, what do we call yours?
I have no idea. Fish, you can do an analogy for that.
What we call them, the spitters?
I'll ask Fish. He's using the more creative types of
We'll call them
water guns, or if you want to go for Nerf guns.
I'm going to call them
too.
toothpicks. Okay, the toothpicks.
Whatever. I want Fish's answer.
What do you got?
I don't remember what the Nerf guns were called, but we'll give you the medium-sized ones. All right, buddy.
Medium size. You got medium size ones.
No, it's medium.
Medium. I mean, he already said he doesn't have any long things besides his legs. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what that means, but
It's true.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, right, Speedy?
It's evolution.
It is evolution, Speedy.
Thank you, Scoops, for understanding.
Let's hope that's not how evolution works for everyone's sake.
What works? I mean, seriously, if you think about it, you know, Nathan, if he wasn't wearing his glasses, he'd be blind, right? Right, Speedy?
You asked Nathan. Can you let Nathan answer the question?
I'm asking you.
You asked Nathan.
All right, Nathan, if you took your glasses off, could you see us?
I can see it. Yeah, just a little blurry, but I can see it.
Okay, so you see blur. So if Speedy was standing in front of you and he said, "What do you see long on my body?" What would you say to him with no glasses
on? His face.
His face.
It probably isn't wrong from all he could say.
All right, bring Scoops in. I hear what he's thoughts to. What the fuck? His face. He's like, oh, depending on what you can see. So, Speedy, if you had your pants down, you think you can see you?
Matter.
Oh my god, you guys.
Blur. It'd just be a blur, right?
It doesn't matter. If Nathan wanted to look at my legs, he could see my legs.
No, what the hell? No. Arrow, you can do that.
Well, listen, I don't know if I could spot it. You know, I'm a little lost here. I'm a little lost. I mean,
I don't think you should threaten Nathan with a good time like that, man.
Listen. He's a Cowboy fan. Anything's good, man. I mean,
hey, we had the best looking cheerleaders in the game. The Cowboys cheerleaders.
How do you know that? Do you know that for a fact? How do you know?
I know.
What? Could you watch Netflix?
Yeah, a lot. We had the best looking cheerleaders in the NFL.
Went to a Jets game years back, and the Jets cheerleaders.
I mean, the Jets cheerleaders. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs dancers are pretty damn good too.
Mm-hmm.
I like when they shake their booty. Speedy, you like it too, right?
I know somebody that likes when the Chiefs cheerleaders shake their booties. The one that was formerly on our show. He probably likes that.
Who's that?
The one that was in the bathroom.
Oh yes. Well, I don't know what. I don't know what he shakes in his shower, but maybe he's shaking.
I'm sure he's watched some of the Chiefs cheerleaders. So.
Would you hang out with Sean Smith in the shower?
Oh, no.
Why?
Between the size and the awkwardness, that would not be a good combination.
Well, what kind of size do you think he carries?
He's 350 pounds.
Yeah, but what kind of size do you think he carries? I mean, what
huge, because it's 350 pounds. I mean, that should be pretty self-explanatory. You've seen what he looks like.
What do you think when it's wet? When he's wet, what do you think what it looks like?
Somebody that's wet. Somebody double my size. So.
How about when he slaps his legs? You know, when it hits his legs.
Probably would be a vibration.
All right.
Oh my god.
Okay, tell us before I have a heart attack. The vibrations. Yeah, do you think he has glory holes? Which one do you like?
Don't bring me. I'm not involved in any of his glory holes.
That's a good picture of you, man. Me in the background. I do like those titties. They're good. They look really, really good. The grab, the hold. I mean, I don't need a bra, Speedy. I don't need a bra. Would you grab my boobs?
No.
If I was a woman, would you grab my boobs?
No.
Why not?
It's weird.
Why is it weird? If I'm a woman, you could grab my boobs.
No, you can't.
Why not?
It's weird.
There's a lot of weirdness. If I'm a woman, it doesn't matter. You grab boobs, right? If I was a woman and I had boobs, well, I do have boobs, but if I had boobs, you wouldn't grab them?
No, I'm not a creep.
if she told you, or I told you as a woman, grab my boobs, you wouldn't do it?
I don't know.
You would do it.
You said smothering.
Butt mover. There he goes. Shake, Speedy. Shake. Look at his face. He looks down. He's like, I'm not even looking at this. All right, Scoops, give it to us. What are your thoughts to the whole Deion Sanders crap?
I was about to say, I forgot what we was talking about.
With Speedy, I'm just thrown off all the time.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
we have Niffin on the show. That's good.
Hey, man. You guys, I've heard you say it so many times in the show before. I'm so with you on it. These kids need to be making their money. I'm so with these kids making their money. These kids put their bodies on the line, of course. They put their bodies on the line before they even get to college. They get to the NFL. The cases like, these kids get hurt, career over. So, and it's not, of course, right for these owners, these coaches, these staff. All of them are making millions off of their backs from their sales of tickets, merchandise, and championships. So, in that sense, of course, I think all these kids should definitely make their money. But, Deion Sanders, I'm not going to lie. I liked Deion Sanders like about a whole year ago because this past year, he's proven to be very cocky as a coach. He has nothing to back it as him being a coach, especially at this level. And he also acts like he's very not like knowledgeable on college football. Like he knows how to have a regime. He knows how to get these kids into right shape. When in reality, we were talking about it all the time. These kids, most of these kids can't stand him. Almost all the kids that transferred out in the transfer portal had something negative to say about him. So I don't know, man. Focus on your kids, on your own kids, his own personal kids. Focus on your players. Get them all in line for next year, and that's all you got to focus on, man. Just coach. That's
Speedy,
it.
You got to focus, Speedy. You got to focus. Really, you need to focus. I mean, are you focused?
I was focused on sending Fish a private message.
What was the private message? I got to hear
about
this.
the camera shots.
Oh, what camera shots? Well, who's taking pictures?
The ones on our screen.
Oh, so we're getting camera shots? Who's taking pictures of me?
You want me to put you off of camera? Would that make it easier for you to understand? I didn't say I was taking pictures.
What were you doing?
I was telling Fish about the camera shots with his new graphics.
Oh, so okay. So what are the graphics?
Look. Use your eyes.
The way that ringed in my ear.
No way. You got to spit it out, Speedy. Spit it out.
Oh, man.
You okay, Speedy?
Hence the reason why it was a private chat, apparently.
Well, we're not private. I mean, it's private parts. You ever see that movie? I love that movie. Are you a Howard Stern fan?
It's a movie.
I don't know.
You don't know if
I don't know.
I mean, how do you find Howard Stern sexy? I mean, he's got long hair. I find him sexy.
Okay, good for you.
I mean, I don't know if I could get to him. I mean, he's like 6'6". He's a pretty long guy. Oh, there it is. Look at that. I mean, seriously, Speedy, do you see those? You see those guns right there?
I do now.
Well, what do you like about those?
I don't know.
You don't like them?
They're fine. I'm not overanalyzing.
I'm just grabbing myself.
Okay.
But do you like grabbing yourself? I like grabbing myself.
Okay.
I mean, grabbing yourself just shows you how much of a man you are. So you never grabbed yourself.
I did, but I'm not like symbolic with it.
You have to be symbolic. Grabbing yourself is symbolic. I mean, when you grab
enjoy your pride.
There's a lot of pride, man. I am the king of wishful thinking. I mean, Speedy, when I wear glasses, I used to wear glasses. You know that, right? Do you know?
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't know? I had eye surgery. I had LASIK surgery. Do you know why I had my eyes fixed?
Was it a hockey injury?
Well, no. I couldn't see. I was blind as hell. I couldn't see anything. I had to wear glasses or contacts. You know why I got my eyes fixed?
So you could see better.
And why do I need to see better?
Did you do so much?
I do so much. There's no question that I do. But, when I look at things, I got to see, the size and the shape they are, right?
Of course.
I mean, so my question to you is, when you look at things in the size and the shape, what stands out to you more than anything in the world? The size or the shape?
The shape.
Why the shape?
It's probably an easier method to judge something. If I were to play a drop on this keyboard, it'd be easier to tell, oh, it's a rectangle, click a rectangle, then click a square.
Okay, so if you look at all the different shapes of balls, okay, there's a lot of different shapes. What is your favorite shape ball?
I don't have.
You don't have one?
No.
I have a favorite shape ball.
Good for you.
Good for you, good for me.
You.
Good for both of us.
It's good for both.
I was waiting for it. Willie Whopper, Speedy. Willie Whopper.
I thought I was going to transition into that. They were gonna say, I could see. You know what I could see?
Well,
I could see
the Willie Whopper, Speedy. Willie Whopper. Willie Wops. I miss them. I really do miss them. Are they coming on September 5th? You don't know if Willie Wops is coming?
I don't know.
Can we
No.
can we reach out?
No.
I think we need to make a phone call, right?
No.
Why not?
Not happening.
Not happening or not wanting to happen?
Everything about both those statements.
What, the Wops or the Willies? I mean, the Willie Wops are definitely part of the Willies. I mean, Nathan, you know anything about the Willie Wops?
Wait, what are we talking about? I don't know. What are we talking about?
Good answer.
I'm
Voice of reason for tonight goes to Nathan.
I'm busy sending messages to some people.
Smart answer.
Oh, you're sending messages to Speedy. What kind of messages?
Not to Speedy, to some people.
I mean, if you have sexual messages to him, I'd like to know.
You're crazy.
I mean, if you were hanging out with Speedy right now and you saw Speedy out in the open and you were just like, oh man, that guy's sexy. How would you approach him?
Random sexual thing.
How would you? I tell you how I'd approach Speedy. You want me to tell you? You see, Speedy doesn't know what's around his surroundings, so he wouldn't even know if you're looking at him. Okay, that's the best part of it. So when you get behind Speedy, you put your arms around him. He's going to jerk because he has no idea what you're going to do to him. And then you go to his ear and you whisper something in his ear. I think Speedy would get aroused from that. What do you think, Speedy?
Be creeped out.
Hey, somebody blew in your ear. You didn't like that? What's weird about it?
Everything.
So somebody came up to you and blew in your ear?
Blowing in your ear? Yeah.
I mean, women do that.
Okay, yeah. It's one thing if you're like in elementary school or something and you're trying to like pull a prank on somebody like that.
Oh, so you've done this before?
Not me. I'm talking about in general.
Lance Stevenson blew on LeBron's ear.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Yep.
It was going through his mind.
Oh man, that's an interesting.
I don't know.
There
we could check his brain out if you want. Scoops, if you want to do an investigation, if Lance Stevenson is
Errol, remember the ESPYs when they did the land scam?
That's right.
With I think it was John Hamm, the host was, right?
Yes.
No, not John. Was it John Hamm?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Speedy, I'm sorry. Did I offend you?
No, I'm just saying behavior would be weird.
Why is my behavior being weird?
If you would do that as a random person not knowing me. Disturbing behavior.
I mean, after the show, I think we should be blood brothers. So I'm gonna cut my finger. You're gonna cut your finger, and we're going to rub our fingers together. What do you think?
Also weird.
Why is it weird?
I'm not part of some vampire cult.
It's a blood pact, Speedy.
It's a blood pact.
All right, you go do it with him.
We'll do it together.
You and Scoops could do it together.
We can hold hands. We'll hold hands.
You and Scoops could do it together. He seems very interested.
We could circle jerk. What do you think?
Ask Scoops. Ask your brother.
Nathan, you're one of your favorite quarterbacks, or you're going to be a third string quarterback for the Jaguars. What are your thoughts about that?
What, EJ Perry?
There he is.
He knew right off.
He knew right away.
But I know his cousin. She's I haven't talked to her.
Tamale, I think you told me.
Her name is Lisa.
She's a hot tamale, right?
Yeah.
What would you do to her if you hung out with her?
Oh, take her out for dinner, date, whatever, and then
date. I mean, that's all you want to do to her?
No, and then take her all the way. You know.
Take her all the way. I mean, how would you approach her as a woman? You know, at a date, and say, "Listen, I'd like to go back to my condo." And
yeah, hey, sexy, can you go back to her condo and go back to my condo? And
okay, and then what do you do after that? How do you persuade her to come back? Do you tie like a chicken bone to the back of your ass? I mean, how does it work?
I'll put a leash on her. No, I'm just joking.
It's creepier than blowing into someone's ear.
Nathan, you haven't been on many second dates, have you?
I've been on second dates. I've been on a lot of dates, more than Speedy.
Could you imagine?
I'm not saying you haven't been on a lot of dates. I said a lot of second dates.
I've been on second dates before.
Could you imagine Nathan, on the boardwalk? He has a leash. He's walking out.
Would she have to be down in like the dog position, or she could just walk right up? That's the big question. What would you prefer?
Whatever yoga position he wants, I guess.
You jump on her back. Come on, baby. Come on.
You know,
My down the road.
and Nathan's got it all figured out, man. He meets a girl within a couple of times texting her. He's got her literally on a leash in Downward Dog. And then it's love. And then it's marriage. And then it's a baby carriage.
And then it's kids. 4 or 5 kids.
Could you imagine Nathan? A little Nathan
kids.
popping out.
Little Nathan popping out, getting his own leashes for when he gets, one day. What's that speech going to be like, Nathan? How are you going to talk to baby Nathan about the birds and the bees?
I can help you with that. You ready? I'll do it after you do it. How could you explain what his winky does to the pinky? What do you think?
What are you talking about? I'll explain whatever.
If your son says, "Mom, Daddy, I was wondering what my winky could do to the pinky."
I'll explain it to him.
How would you explain it?
How?
Oh, let's hear it.
Oh, I'll say you. I don't know. Just
He went. You're gonna go like that.
You rock paper scissors with them. You're like, sometimes it's rock.
This means stay away, son. This is. How would you explain it? I'd like to hear. I have my own thoughts to it, by the way.
I think we should all explain it. I want to hear Speedy's version. I want to hear
All right,
Tommy's
let's hear Speedy's version.
No, Nathan's got to go first.
I'm
Obviously,
not going
You're gonna explain it.
I'm not going first.
As quick as possible. Here,
No, I'm not going first.
All right, Speedy, you do it.
Cliff
All right.
notes.
Very, very simple. Just avoid what Errol's going to say. It'll probably be way too extreme for birds and bees.
Bambi and bees?
No, it would take more like aggressive deer and beef.
Yeah. That's
An aggressive deer and beef. Could you imagine beef, tied down and a deer's right behind them?
There you go, Nathan. You could tie the beef to a leash. You'd be 2 Cowboys fans in a leash.
Oh my god. You guys are nuts.
Protesting outside the facility to make Jerry Jones sell the team.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Did Nathan ever go? Like, are we doing this still?
Nathan, explain your birds and the bees.
I'll take my son to the strip club.
That's what you're gonna do?
That's how you're gonna explain it?
That's one way. That's an approach.
Yeah.
All right.
What if he acts at like the age of 5?
Son, you walk right in there and say, "Son,"
smuggles a baby into a strip club.
You walk right into the strip club and you say, "Son, whatever you
I know me and my friends, we know a really good strip club in Neptune, New Jersey. It's called Centerfold.
Oh, how wonderful. And you're going to take your son to Centerfold?
Yeah. Yep.
They got a good eggs and legs special in the mornings for you?
Yep. With the side of bait, huh?
Well, it's a good question. When you're hanging out and your son comes up to you and says, Daddy, I don't know how to use this. I don't know how to use this. I'm gonna help you out here. Sit down. See, Daddy's gonna tell you something that Mommy can't tell you. All right. And I'm gonna say, listen, you see this? This is your pinky. Okay. It's very small. But one day, somebody or something is going to make you feel very good about yourself, and it's going to get that big. And when it does,
I don't appreciate Keith's comment right now.
What did he say?
Look at this.
Nathan's a stalker?
Yeah.
I'm a stalker.
Nathan, you want to put people on leashes.
Nathan doesn't have to stalk. He literally has them tied to a leash. He knows where they are at all times.
No stalking. They're right there.
It saves him a lot of effort.
Nathan, would you tie me up and use me as like a dog figure?
No.
Why? No. What's wrong with me? I mean, if you're going to do it to a woman, you might as well do it to somebody else. I mean, could you? Yeah, how about you have double the dose? You have me on one side and Scoops on the other.
No.
No, trust me, I'm not licking you. That's for damn sure. I don't do that.
I'm not licking anyone.
Who let the dogs out? Oh, Nathan, don't let anybody bother you, man. It's just people being people. I mean, look at this. I mean, could you imagine? Could you imagine us going out and letting the dogs out?
Speedy, do you know how you would explain the birds and the bees?
However, not Errol did it.
But I didn't finish it. I never finished.
Yeah, I'm already out.
You're out? Out
of. You could finish it. Nathan needs to
out
know.
of shots? Or
Nathan needs to know. You could finish.
Speedy, let's hear your thing. I'm taking my son.
I think it was very simple. Just don't do it.
I'm taking my son. I'm treating my son. I'm going to treat my son good. I'm going to take him to a strip club and somewhere else. So,
a strip club. You're going to take your son to a strip club.
That's not a bad idea. I mean, you're going to have to first let him grab his first ass and spank his first ass.
Yep.
You're going to get him his first lap dance?
Yep. For sure.
Are you going to, while she's giving a lap dance, are you going to have your face in his crotch? Her crotch? Is that what you're going to do?
Wait, what? What? Her face and what?
She's giving him a lap dance, and you have your face in her crotch while she's doing it. What do you think?
In her butt, you mean? Yeah.
No, in a crotch. A crotch. How could you have it in a butt when she's giving him a lap dance? How does that make sense? I mean, that would be interesting, by the way, if you had the power to do that.
What's going on at this centerfolds, bro?
It is very interesting. I'm a little
you
lost.
got like 360 like this is like that South Park like five-assed monkey genetic creation here.
That would be interesting, by the way. A lot of monkeys. Speedy, you like monkeys, right? Well, what's your favorite part of the monkey? Okay. All right. Or what does it feel like when you grab it?
I never physically contacted a monkey.
So you've never seen your monkey?
I don't have a monkey.
Everybody's got a monkey. Every guy has a monkey.
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
There's more humans in the world than monkeys.
Hey, monkeys. Hey, Errol. I mean, Speedy. Monkeys are humans. Okay, come on.
Yeah, they are, especially when they get long.
You know why? Because it's
evolution.
That's good. Well, you know,
I'm going to be in the next Planet of the Apes movie, by the way.
Oh yeah, what part are you going to play on that
I'm
one?
going to be Caesar.
Hey, Nathan, are you going to try to wrap a leash around an ape?
You know, Caesar died.
That's Caesar, anyways.
So you're going to be the guy in the coffin. Oh man, you're a funny guy. Oh, there's the Ewoks.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Oh, there you are. That's me right there. What do I have in my mouth over there? Oh, that's my mic.
Hey, I was alerted today that it's a frequent guest of the show's birthday, so we wanted to make sure we give a shout out.
I'm gonna say
tonight to the great Jeff. Happy birthday, Jeff.
Birthday
to you.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jeff. Happy birthday to you.
Yo, Leo season. My birthday was August 16th, so happy Leo season.
All right, bend over. We're gonna get you, Jeff.
Oh my God!
Want to go burn a bush in a crab?
Happy birthday, Jeff.
Good job.
Many more. Many more. Speedy, you happy?
Yes, happy birthday, Jeff.
Are you happy? Are you happy today?
I'm mixed.
You're mixed? What makes you sad?
I said mixed.
So
you don't pay attention.
Well, how are you mixed? Are you sad or you're upset? What's going on? Why? What makes you upset?
Why are you sad?
Yeah. What's the usual thing?
You know.
What?
You know.
You didn't go to the bathroom? Constipated?
No.
You just said the usual. I'm constipated all the time. I mean, that's the usual stuff. I mean, that's why I'm sad.
Okay.
Constipation makes me really, really sad. Okay. Especially when I'm trying to push. You know? Have you ever felt that way?
Yeah.
And you're trying to get that head of it out.
Yes.
And it doesn't want to come out. I really
I love that scene.
What am I? What am I? The Rockers over there? What the hell? Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty.
Salt and pepper. Push it.
I definitely need to push it. Right, Speedy?
Okay.
All right.
There's a bathroom.
You want me to go to the bathroom?
You can go to the bathroom.
Do you want me to record myself?
No.
All right.
It's weird.
What's weird about it?
Recording yourself in the bathroom?
It's evolution, right?
Okay. You and Scoops can have fun with that. It's evolution. You and Scoops can have a great conversation with the soundboard about that recording.
Nathan, what do you think about this? You think it's evolution?
Wait, what?
Good for you.
Good job not paying attention.
Good for you. Good for me, Neth.
It's good for both. It's good for you and Speedy.
Oh, it's good for both of us. It's good for both of us. It is. It's good for everybody. It's good for you too. You know? Have you ever seen Willy Wops before we let you go? Have you ever seen the Willy Wops?
No, no.
Good answer.
Do you want to
Willy Whoppers, Speedy? Willy Whoppers!
Do you want to see the Willy Wops?
Sure, dance.
What, you want me to do it? I
No.
don't have Willy Wops.
Speedy, you're gonna do it?
Well, no. There's only one person have the Willy Wops. She's not here right now. But if you want, we could bring her here in the studio live, right, Speedy?
Is that Brittany?
No, that's not the Willy Wops.
Oh, all right. Willy Wonks, do it.
All right. Well, we have to. Speedy, reach out to her right now.
No.
Why?
You're not getting there.
You're not getting there? All right. That's sad. I'm lost. I'm upset. I'm very upset now. I'm ending the show in a sad motion because Speedy doesn't want Willy Wops to come over here. Why?
Speedy, tell Willy to come.
Any of your nonsense.
Oh, what's the nonsense?
Everything.
Everything. My nonsense.
Men in Black memory eraser.
Well, there's a lot of oh, look at his face. When that happened, it zoomed in, he closed his eyes. He was like,
Men in Black memory eraser.
oh, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we go, fans only. All right. If you haven't followed him, he is really growing legs. And I'm not talking about the one in his pants, right, Speedy?
Legs.
Men in Black memory eraser.
Ladies and gentlemen, Speedy Petey's fans only. All you have to do is never forget. Never look into the memory eraser because you will forget. Look at these beautiful pictures. He's out there on fans only. He needs to make money. He needs to draw money. He has a chance to make it. Right, Speedy? Don't go there. Don't want to go there. I think I want to go there. Anyways, I'm going to go there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm definitely going to the underpants, right? Undercarriage? Under something? Under the rug? Outside of the closet?
Why don't you go in the closet?
I am in the closet. I don't want to come out.
Yeah, stay in.
Stay in there. Oh man, I love you, man. Can we shake hands? You want to grab?
Speedy, when you
grab? Yeah, you grab him?
No.
Why don't you want to grab me?
I don't care about doing that.
You just don't want to grab.
Correct.
You grab anything but my hands.
I didn't say that.
Well, what do you want to grab?
I don't know.
If there's something you could grab, what is it?
Oh my god.
Nothing that's a party part.
All right, so what do you want to grab?
No. Probably the best option would be my computer.
Oh my god.
Good for you.
Good for you. Good for me.
I don't know.
Good for both.
Well, it would be if after that.
No, that drop. No, when he says "Men in Black memory."
Men in Black memory eraser.
Oh man.
You're trying. I still remember from this season.
Look at his face.
Men in Black memory eraser.
He's got that. Can you end the show already, please?
Oh, what a show.
Oh my god.
What a show. Oh man. Anyways, thank you. Jerel Worthy for joining us. He was fantastic.
Yeah, Jerel Worthy.
Thank you to Tim Hardaway.
Tim Hardaway.
The giving us the time as always. Thank you to Nith for joining us. Thank you for Keith for calling us. Thank you for all the fans,
Keith, get out of here. No, I'm just joking.
Thank you to Speedy for making me feel that I'm not the only one ready to burst in my pants, right?
99% of the world would too.
And thank you to Fish for being the executive producer that he is, and all the good graphics and everything, all the content he puts out there. Thank you to Scoops, Sports Minute, and all the content and everything that we do. And Speedy, thank you to you. I always give you the compliments. I mean, you're not a Gregg Gianatti. Thank God you're not Gregg Gianatti, but you are the great Speedo. Do you hear that? They're looking for somebody.
It's a prison alarm.
Who do you think they're looking for?
You.
Oh,
someone broke out of jail.
Somebody. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, you broke out of the closet. I told you to stay in.
Prison break.
I don't want to break out of that prison. Oh, man. Anyway.
Really, Keith?
Nathan, you got to respond to Keith. Keith's putting you on blast, man.
What's he saying over here?
Nathan should have orders of protection against him by every woman and farm animals. Every farm.
No, it has to include every animal because he's in Planet of the Apes now. Good luck trying to put a leash around an ape.
Lord Caesar.
Look, I'm dead. I can't come back to life.
I love Nick. How do you not love Nick?
Men in Black memory eraser.
Men
in Black memory eraser.
Would you do it if I attached the Men in Black memory eraser to a leash, Nathan?
Would you grab anything that's tied to that leash?
Oh my god.
Would you?
No.
You wouldn't grab anything?
I'm not trusting anything on Nathan's leash.
Oh man. All right. That's it for our show.
That's, by the way, when we do our fantasy football draft, my team's name is Nathan's Leash. That is official. No one else can take it.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I gotta think of a name now. That has to be cool.
Men in Black memory eraser. Yeah, that's your name.
Or I'm gonna change it to Bobby Saleh's team. You guys think of that? Yeah? Bobby Saleh.
You're not gonna win a game.
Wait, Fish said I'm not gonna win a game.
Yeah, Nathan will need the Men in Black memory eraser for his fantasy football team when he drafts DJ Perry first overall.
I want to get that Bambi picture of Robert Saleh and Bambi's body, and I want to make a hat and sell it.
Bambi Saleh.
Bambi
Saleh. We did a event with Victor Cruz and Prince today at the Headliner nightclub.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you hang out with Bambi?
Huh?
Did you hang out with Bambi?
Yeah.
Oh. What does she look like?
Bambi was there. She was there. Rudolph the Reindeer was there. Everybody was there.
Or any of them on a leash.
I'm going to snort and kill myself. Anyways.
Interview's coming out soon with Victor and Prince, so stay tuned.
Just make sure that you're not Caesar, okay? Prince Caesar, okay? All right? Stay away from the scissor. The sizzler. The scissors are gone. Anyways. Speedy, you like sizzler? I don't know what that is. Of course you don't. You like to sizzle on things?
Sizzling is not a human operation.
Well, it is.
We have the same operations as
a skillet or an oven or a stove?
Absolutely, especially when something is sizzling on it. You like sausages?
It has nothing to do with anything.
Does it sizzle?
It doesn't matter.
I'm asking you, does your sausage...
Not on a body.
Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back on Tuesday. Listen to the Weekend Crunch on 103.9 FM at 7 o'clock on Saturday with me and Speedy with our craziness. Thank you to Neff. Again, we'll be back next week. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.